a little update on that. And it's breaking news.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. We are live.
Oh, okay. Do we have, I'm not sure if we have the other council members.
You got me?
I see Craig, I see Jake.
Okay, very good. Okay. Good evening and welcome to the January 19, 2021 City Council regular video meeting. I am Mayor Benson Wong. Tonight's virtual City Council meeting is being brought to you using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. We're also broadcasting live on MITV channel 21 and on the city's YouTube channel. City Manager Jesse Bond and some city staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting while in the City Council chambers and maintaining the recommended social distance.
Is audio okay?
City Attorney Beal Park and other staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting remotely. Public audience members are listening to the meeting by telephone or using Zoom teleconferencing applications. Welcome to all and thank you for joining us tonight. Council members, please have your microphone on whenever City Clerk Deb Estrada conducts a roll call during the meeting. We'll be conducting these roll call votes to make sure that she accurately captures everybody's vote on matters. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
Councilmember Anderall. Here. Councilmember Neese.
Here.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Mayor Wong.
Here.
And Deputy Mayor Weicker. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, to ensure that only the U.S. flag is visible, please consider turning off your video camera or stepping out of the view of your camera. And please join Councilmember David Rosenbaum in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Sorry, excuse me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, indivisible with liberty. Excuse me. I'm having a bit of a. Hold on a second, sweetie. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now move to our first item of business, which is to the agenda. Before entertaining a motion, I want to mention that the governor has issued proclamation 20-28 regarding the Open Public Meetings Act and has extended indefinitely the waivers until the end of the emergency. Additionally, the city clerk emailed a revised set of minutes to the council earlier this afternoon, revising the appearances portion of the July 5th minutes, I believe. We also will be sure to post the revised minutes online if they haven't been done so already. Also, we have pulled off the consent calendar AD 5799 because the state has changed its mind on the effective date for the changes to the building code. That item will now be the first item of regular business. Council, if there's no further questions, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Long to approve the agenda as amended. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
And Councilmember Anderall.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Motion passes and the agenda is approved as amended. For this meeting, we continue to utilize the Zoom platform. If a council member has a question, please use the raise your hand feature. I'll do my best to recognize you in the order in which the hands are raised. After being recognized, you may then ask your question. Council, please limit yourself or try to limit yourself to one question and to one clarifying question if necessary, so that each council member has an opportunity to ask a question before the council member asks another question. As a reminder to those listening this evening or planning to speak during the public appearances portion of our meeting, there is a 90-minute study session prior to the city manager's report and public appearances. So with that, the first item this evening is a study session. It's Agenda Bill 5797, a joint City Council and Parks and Recreation Commission study session regarding the restart of the planning process for the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, also known as the PROS Plan. So I'd like to, on behalf of the City Council, I want to welcome the members of the city's Park and Recreation Commission, our City Manager, Jesse Bond, and city staff to this study session. Because there are a number of slides that need to be shared, I'm asking council members and commissioners to hold their questions and comments until after the slides about the community survey. City Manager Jesse Bond will lead our presentation. City Manager.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at this time, I would like to ask our Park and Rec commissioners to go ahead and turn on your screens. All right. Welcome. Thank you all for being here this evening. This is our first virtual joint meeting. I don't think we've had another joint meeting during the pandemic. Very much looking forward to our discussion tonight. And I know I saw the screen turn on a moment ago. Steve, are you here, Steve Dew? All right, there's Steve. Okay, we have a lot of participants tonight, so I'll just mention before we get started, it will help with our audio. If you mute yourself when you're not speaking, and then when you forget to unmute, everyone will remind you. Okay. So tonight, as Mayor Wong mentioned, we are kicking off Take 2, the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Planning process. I know some of you might be wondering why I'm here. The rest of our staff are here virtually in the background. I am pitching in right now and helping the Parks and Rec team and our Public Works Department with this planning process, since we've got a number of other items going on right now. Steve Dew with Conservation Techniques was hired as our consultant well over a year ago to work on our PROS plan, and he will be facilitating this discussion tonight. We do have a couple breaks that we've put into our discussion tonight for questions, so I'll ask you to hold your questions until those breaks. So Steve, let's go ahead and attempt a screen share here. And while you're doing that, Alfredo, can you tell me how the audio is? Okay? Yep. I'm in council chambers. You can probably tell by the wonderful turquoise background.
So I've screen shared. I just want to confirm that folks can see on your end. Seeing some heads up.
Yeah, looks good.
We got it. Thanks, Steve. All right, well, let's go ahead and move to the first slide. So as we've already mentioned, Council Park Commissioners, we started our PROS Plan update in late 2019. We got almost to this joint meeting when we had to make the decision to suspend all of our meetings. So work on the PROS Plan mostly stopped in April. We had completed at that point our community survey, both a web-based survey and a statistically valid survey. And Steve, our consultant, is going to talk about some of the results in just a moment. We also went ahead and completed our inventory assessment of the park system. This is where the consultant goes out and looks at all of our infrastructure and starts to build an assessment of, useful life, replacement status, all that good stuff. So that's where we ended. As staff, we picked back up with the consultant in November, and we are now moving forward to finish this plan. I will mention, and Steve will talk about this a little bit later, one of the important things that the PROS plan does for us, besides providing a strategic framework for our parks and recreation services, we have to have a current PROS plan for eligibility, to maintain eligibility for most grants to the Recreation and Conservation Office. So currently we have our plan expired at the end of 2019. So it is important for us to get through this planning work and become current again. All right, so Steve, with that, I will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Jesse. And again, good evening, Mayor, members of council, and members of the Park and Rec Commission. I'm glad to be here tonight to walk you through a presentation, again, to get you up to speed on where we are right now with the PROS plan, give you some ideas on what we heard from the community from the survey that was conducted last spring, and kind of walk you through the process for completing the plan going forward. I have a presentation that, again, Jesse mentioned. We have inserted a couple of breaks for discussion between council and commission, just so we can break up the content a little bit. But in terms of the overall flow of the presentation, I'm going to start with an introduction and reminder of what the PROS plan is and why it's important to the city. Talk a little about the public process and the project timeline, efforts that have been completed to date, as well as upcoming next steps. Highlight the survey summary that is also included in your packet to give you, again, some sense on what the community said during the survey we conducted last year, and then have a substantial amount of time dedicated to getting your feedback, insights and direction, and how to move forward, especially now in and through a pandemic, what's changed, what might need to change going forward. So to start, the basic question, what is the PROS plan? So your Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan is your 6-year guide. It's your strategic plan for managing and enhancing, managing and enhancing your park system, your open spaces, your trails, recreation programs. So as Jesse mentioned, your current plan has recently expired in December of 2019. And it is important to have an updated plan to regain eligibility for state-based grants. The PROS plan really serves a couple of purposes. One, it's your policy and strategic guide. It links to the city comprehensive plan, and it's focused on parks, recreation, and open space, so it can help guide efforts in improving, enhancing, and ending the life and quality of your park and recreation amenities. Second, the PROS plan will have, as part of it, a capital project list or a capital facilities plan. And that capital planning tool, while not a budget per se, is a guide for future budgeting. It helps define priorities that the community has stated in terms of important projects and enhancements to the system. So that piece is a strong component for guiding future efforts in finance and funding, especially. It's a community in the sense that it will describe where the city is today, where you want to go, both in terms of aspirations, really long-term vision, but also near-term in terms of what's financially feasible, what's reasonable, and what's affordable, and then provide strategies and implementation ideas on how to get there. So again, it's a strategic plan, and it has a focus that we're really just trying to answer some core questions about what are the city's strengths, what are the key areas for improvement, community need being met now, and how might it be provided for in the future, and ultimately where should the city focus its efforts and resources when it comes to parks, recreation programs, facilities, open spaces, the urban forest. So all of this will be captured into the PROS plan that will be prepared over the coming months. As part of it, public process and public input is going to be critical to make sure that the goals and priorities that are part of the plan are consistent with what we're hearing from the community. So public input is a critical piece to pulling the PROS plan together. In terms of the steps that go into compiling the plan, community engagement is a significant component, and I'll touch on the details on that in a moment. But in essence, the goal for us really is to be thorough, thoughtful, and transparent, to let the community know that the process is occurring, ways for them to get involved and provide feedback, and transparent in the sense that we're providing information throughout the course of the project. One base element is the inventory site assessments, and Jesse had noted that we completed that piece of the project last year, and that's where we went out to every park site, every trail, every waterfront, assess the quality and condition of amenities and the resource, and we're able to document where the city is, well, as of last year, in terms of, again, the quality and condition of facilities. Goals and policies will be reviewed. The city has a long history and a strong history of planning documents, so we'll continue reviewing the comprehensive plan, other specific plans like Aubrey Davis, and integrate the goals and policies from past plans into the new PROS plan, as well as refresh the goals and policies to make sure it's realistic for today based on where the city is, and especially with regard to changes that have impacted the city from COVID. I've already mentioned the capital planning piece, which is the capital facilities plan. The implementation and funding will be defined in terms of core priorities going forward, in terms of the first couple of years, then longer term. And as a city plan document, it will go through the traditional review process. So we will work very intently with the Park and Recreation Commission through the course of the project. It will be reviewed and accepted by the commission and then come to City Council for final review and approval. There will also be reviews and discussions with the Arts Commission and the Open Space Conservancy Trust, and likely Planning Commission as well. So we'll touch on a lot of process as we move through the PROS plan. In terms of the project timeline, this graphic is just to illustrate the core steps and how we might move through the project, with the intended goal of having the PROS plan completed midsummer. The lower half of the graphic illustrates the different types of community involvement that will be part of the PROS plan update. So building on the work that was started last year, we will conduct a second community survey, in part to help prioritize and refine what we heard from the first survey, but also ask different questions about the realities of the day post-COVID. We'll conduct a virtual community meeting, again, COVID sensitive, conduct a couple of stakeholder sessions. One would be geared toward a discussion around senior needs, and another geared toward the needs of families and teens. And then throughout the course of the project, we'll have online engagement, social media contact through Let's Talk, Facebook, and others. And again, periodically connecting with the Park and Rec Commission to make sure that they're providing strong guidance and are deeply involved in the project. So to date, again, we've conducted a few things in our early work in the project. One of those was the development of a public involvement plan, which helped define and outline the different tasks that would go into the public engagement process. We conducted a survey last year in February and March, and I'll touch on those details shortly. And again, the inventory assessment was completed. So as we start up the project, again, the near-term steps are to really re-engage the community and prepare for the next round of outreach, which would include the second survey, the stakeholder discussions I mentioned, as well as doing some more technical back-end work involving mapping and community gap analyses. So overall, the goal for our project really is to make sure that the community is informed, that they're included and they're engaged. And the community engagement process for the project has a number of different facets, and I've touched on many of these already. So again, surveys, stakeholder sessions, upcoming virtual open house that would be likely in March or April, as well as Park and Rec Commission guidance, commissions, and touching back with City Council. So at this point, I'd like to just take a pause and see if, and I'll stop my screen share and see if City Council or Park and Recreation Commission members have any question about kind of the process or where we are to date before I start into a review of the survey highlights. And Jesse, if I've missed anything, feel free to pick up from here.
Again, if you have a question, please raise your hand. We have a question from Commissioner Amy Richter.
Hi, I'm Amy Richter. I was looking at the slide with the timeline, and you've got the second survey coming and the stakeholder meetings. When will you be putting actual dates to those so that the public can start to get informed and prepared?
Great question. We are currently working with the internal project team, which includes Jesse and a lot of existing staff, to develop that survey project or product, and we'll be bringing that to the Park and Rec Commission in early February as a draft, with the intent to launch the online survey in mid to late February. So we can work with city staff to provide the commission a more discrete timeline that has milestones and dates for the project duration.
Also just going to chime in real quick and say the timeline's a little aggressive, but we'll adjust as we go if we need to. And Parks Commission, I want to acknowledge that you have a very full work plan right now. So we'll be putting more dates to those milestones soon, hopefully after this meeting and by the end of the month. And met with your chair and vice chair on Friday and reminded them if we're pushing too hard, you know, we'll pull it back and push the adoption into the fall. So we're still working on that. It's not often that we completely stop a planning project and then pick up in the beginning. So good question. Thanks, Amy.
Hey guys, is that Commissioner Westberg? I can't.
Rory, yes.
Yeah, is that Rory? Is that you? I can't see who's raising their hand.
Yes. I haven't been able to figure out how to find a raise hand thing on my screen. So I'm sorry about that. It just isn't there. In any event, I just wanted to ask Steve a quick question about this second survey. I mean, the commission spent a lot of time going through and refining the questions to the first survey. So how is this second survey different? Is this going to be asking similar questions just to try to see where we are post-COVID? Or did we miss something in the first go around that we need to go back and pick up?
Rory, it's exactly what you said. So we're honoring obviously the survey results we got from round one, but we've experienced the pandemic. Our parks have been pretty intensely used the last 10, 12 months, and we thought it would be a good opportunity to, you know, just do a quick reach out to the community and say, hey, what's changed for you in COVID? We will have published our survey results. And by the way, council and commission, this is not intended to duplicate the recreation restart survey questions we just pushed out. It's in addition to those. So that's what we're working on now. The survey's not drafted. Well, it's actually drafted, but it hasn't come back to the Parks and Rec Commission just yet. It will be coming to the Parks and Rec Commission the first meeting in February.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
We have a question from Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Jesse, can you just clarify, just because our pros plan has lapsed, are we currently in danger of losing any funds? Or is this something, given the pandemic, is sort of, we're not alone in this boat here?
Well, we're not eligible to compete for a number of state grants in the parks category. However, we are the boating facilities grants, and Jason or Paul, if they're on the line today, can clarify me, do not require a pros plan. So the category of grants that we're applying for the Luther Burbank docks, we're okay. Everything else we're not eligible for right now. So if you wanted to apply to the state for a grant for an athletic field project, we're not currently eligible.
Just follow up on that. Are those grants given out? I mean, is there like a, generally a May 31st deadline for the year, or are they rolling? I guess what I'm getting at is, is there any sense of doing like a condensed plan before the final version to make us eligible?
It's a 2-year cycle. We have, let me back up. It is a 2-year grant cycle, and we are in, this is the grant cycle year. Yes, Steve? Yes, correct. Yes. So we will miss out on this round of grants. And I appreciate your question, Councilmember Rosenbaum. We have to be eligible for the grants, there are certain requirements we have to meet in our plan. So there's not really a path to a condensed, abbreviated version. So let's stay the course. We'll get a new plan updated and get back on track. But if there's anything else you want to condense on our work plan, please feel free.
Commissioner Struck.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The question I had was regarding the stakeholder groups. You mentioned two, one focused on seniors and one on families. The question being, were there any other groups that were considered and decided not to have a stakeholder group? The one that comes to mind off the top of my head is like organized sports.
So and we're going to try to get away from using the stakeholder language because it implies that it's kind of an exclusive event, and it's not. Commissioner Struck, what I will tell you is we have no problem reaching the athletic groups. They're organized. We have an audience. We can schedule meetings with them at any time. They generally come to the table. We're having a little bit harder time reaching seniors, which is why we targeted those groups. And there's an important conversation that we need to have about families and frankly, K through 12 kids and preschoolers as well. So that's how that came about. Did I miss anything, Steve?
No, I think that's fair.
Jesse, can I follow up on that stakeholder question? And that is, you say it's not intended to be exclusive, but how are you going to reach out, and who's a stakeholder, or how do you?
Well, let me take that first. This is why we're going to move away from the stakeholder language. These will be open public engagements with focused topics. So, when we talk about senior services, in fact, we may even do a daytime meeting to see if we can capture a different audience for the senior adult services discussion. We have a PR firm that is part of our contract with Conservation Techniques, who will be helping us with outreach. And certainly Parks and Rec Commission added to your list is any additional thoughts and feedback you want to provide at our next meeting, which I think is February 4th, the meeting that we'll be talking about the pros plan. That's one of the benefits of a Parks and Rec Commission, Mayor Wong, is they will assist us with outreach and networking. I see a number of them have been using their social media sites to promote the recreation survey, for example, which is much appreciated.
Great. I want to have a quick follow-up. Because I think you mentioned that you're having difficulty getting responses, if I heard this right, from seniors, but when I looked at the first survey, there seemed to be a disproportionate number, a greater number of seniors who responded on that survey relative to the general population. Right. So I guess going forward, how do you envision getting younger non-seniors to participate?
It's not always that part that we need. It's the next step, which is, so you're a senior adult and we need you to come to the table and talk about what services you need the most and what service delivery looks like. So we really want to intentionally engage around senior services, not just the recreation side of the house, but also senior amenities and parks. You know, what does that look like? So that's what that conversation is about.
I don't see anybody else's hand. Councilmember Rosenbaum, your hand is up. I don't know if that's an old hand.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve, let's go on to the survey slides.
Okay, I just need to re-share the screen, so please hang on. Okay. So picking up where we left off, the next chunk of information I'd like to share with you is with regard to highlighted results from the survey that was conducted last year. And just to follow up, the earlier question about how the second survey will be different from the first. The first survey aimed to take a fairly high level view of interests and priorities for how residents see the existing range of facilities for parks, open spaces, trails, programs. And the second survey is intended to dial in a few aspects, in part because of COVID, but in part because the survey highlighted some priorities that now we can test those priorities against each other. So the second survey is really a refinement survey. So it's building on the survey that we conducted last year. So given that, the survey we ran last year was designed in coordination with staff and Park and Rec Commission. We launched it in February and it closed in March. So it was open for about 5 to 6 weeks. It was a combination mail survey and online survey. And by that, I mean the survey was mailed to a random sample of 2,500 households on the island. And of that sample, 525 responses came in. So we had a response rate of just the randomized sample of over 10%, which is significant. Again, if you're familiar with surveys and the old language about response rates, you know, if you're getting 8 to 10% response on a survey, you're doing really well. Mercer Island, top 20%. So again, for just the mail version of the survey, we reached a statistically valid sample. In addition, we also had this in an online format that was available for the rest of the community to take. And we promoted that via Let's Talk and Facebook. And in that online version, an additional 1,200 plus respondents completed the survey. So in all, you got over 1,700 completed surveys from the work that was conducted last year. And also, just to be clear, the fact that we have 2 surveys also suggests that we kept the data sets separate. So for mail survey, the statistically valid mail survey is separate from the online survey. So we could then compare the 2 response sets to see if there's variation in responses between the online versus the mail. But we can also aggregate the data to give a more clear idea of what the community was thinking at the time. And again, the survey summary is in your packet tonight. So just to start off on the real high notes, virtually everybody in the community who took the survey feels that park recreation is to the quality of life in Mercer Island, 99%. It really can't get much higher than that. So I think that is one major takeaway that you should feel proud about. A second is there's a very high level of satisfaction. So 93% of respondents feel that they are either very satisfied or somewhat satisfied with the value that they receive for parks and recreation from Mercer Island, from the city. In addition to that, there's also high level of usage of parks and facilities. While that data is not on the slide, 85% of respondents visit parks and facilities at least a few times a month. So again, you've got really engaged community who loves parks and recreation, who feels that it's important and vital to quality of life, and are generally very satisfied with what's available. It's a great place to start. So one of the questions in the survey was about, what are the reasons you visit Mercer Island parks? And you can see that in the graphic that the data really breaks down into 3 tiers of usage. Very high at the top, walking and running, over almost 80%, 77% use parks and open spaces for running and walking. And just as a side note, that is consistent with regional data as well as state and federal or national data for usage and reasons to visit parks and open spaces. Running, walking, and trails in general have consistently ranked at the top of lists for usage and for facility needs. So seeing it for Mercer Island was no surprise to me. The next tier of strong reasons is, dog walking and dog exercise, beaches and waterfronts, and just relaxation. And beyond that, you get into the more specialized or unique things with, regard to playgrounds, community events, sporting, picnicking, etc. We had a second question that basically asked the flip side, which is, what are the reasons you don't visit more often? And about 10 to 12% of respondents felt that generally there's not enough parking, there's not enough restrooms, or they utilize parks and facilities provided by others that are city facilities. A different question that we asked is what I call a Goldilocks question. Is the porridge too hot, too cold, or just right? So we provided a set of items that you see on the screen, that list, and we asked the question, do you feel that there are the right amount of these, more than enough or not enough? So for the way we've provided the data for this slide, we wanted to really highlight those items that the community or residents, respondents feel are not necessarily provided to the level that they feel comfortable with. One is shoreline access, and then indoor facilities, recreation facilities, community events, and arts and culture opportunities. Those were the 4 that floated to the top for the sentiment about there not being enough of these. But I also want to balance that with the fact that majority of respondents from both online and mail surveys said that there are either the right amount or more than enough for every item listed. So while there is some latent demand for those 4 items I mentioned, generally, again, the respondents to the survey feel like you're providing an adequate level and adequate variety of park and recreation amenities for the community. One other note on this particular question, and again, because we asked some questions about demographics, we were able to provide some subset data. So we were able to identify the respondents who had children versus those who didn't. And the respondents who had children had slightly higher needs for different things, such as sport facilities and sport courts, recreation programs, and indoor recreation facility space. So again, depending on the subset of respondents, we can dissect the data differently to get a more clear picture of what the community is really interested in. Another question from the survey had to do with trying to understand different types of park investments. So, and by that, we had a 2-part question that provided a list that you see. And the list was asked in 2 different ways. One was, do you have a need for more of this item or not? It was a yes, no. And then separately for the same list, it was a question of how well met is your need, or how well is that need met? So is your need very well met? Is it somewhat met, meaning you have some interest in some more facility space, or that your need for this item is not well met at all? So by combining the information about whether you have a need and how well that need is met, we can start to define some potential areas of focus for the city going forward. And looking at the data, again, the pedestrian trails came out at the top for the item that the community has more need for. However, the need is pretty well met in the community. So again, the benefit of asking the two-part question lets us gauge how strong that demand for additional facilities is. But the four items where there is a bit of a latent demand include synthetic turf fields, lighted sport fields, indoor facilities for fitness and exercise, and bike trails. So again, using this data, we will again springboard to the second survey to help refine priorities going forward. We asked a similar question for recreation programs and a variety of types of programs. So again, it was a two-part question. First part was, do you have a need for this item? Yes, no. And second part, how well is that need met? So within recreation programs, options for adult classes and performing arts came out at the top for items where, or programs where respondents have a strong need. But if you're comparing the need with the demand, the few items that come to the top are boating programs, performing arts, outdoor classes, swimming and water safety, and educational classes. So again, through the Recreation Reset Plan, they'll be using this data and other data, like the new survey that they've got going, to examine needs and directions for recreation programming. But we'll also, as part of the PROS plan, be looking longer term, 4 or 5 years out, 10 years out, to help guide how the city thinks about recreation program long term. And this is the final slide on the survey, and then we'll take a quick break. And this question was with regard to community. So as you know, Mercer Island offers a wide variety of community special events each year. So we asked the respondents to prioritize those events to see what was a top priority, a high priority, or a low priority for the full range of events and activities that the city offers. So the summer celebration and mostly music in the park concerts came out at the top in terms of top priorities, 45 and 35% respectively. So those are very strongly supported by the community and have a lot of interest. And with regard to community events, I just wanted to share that, from our experience working with other communities, it seems that Mercer Island manages a really large number of community events and activities. And even though they are well supported and there's a strong interest in the community, that level of event activity might put a strain on staffing or maintenance. We might be looking at a review of community events as part of the PROS plan and give some guidance in terms of partnership ideas or programming going forward. So with that, I'm going to stop the share and see if there's questions on the survey. And Jesse, is there anything else you want to add or clarify?
No, thank you, Steve. And Mr. Mayor, I'll just do a quick time check. It's about 5:45, and we do want to get to discussion questions. So happy to field a couple on the survey, but I know we could be here for probably hours dissecting the survey data. So if anybody has questions on that, Parks Commission, you'll have another pass at the survey data and certainly be referencing it in all of your work on the PROS plan this year.
We do have a question from Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, apologize if this was covered already, but the report you gave shows there's a fairly significant oversampling of people over age 55. And I'm just curious if you made any attempt to scale up the sample in any way to true it up to what it would be if you'd had a more accurate distribution of age.
That's a great question, and we have not taken that step to refine the data based on the demographics. We can take a closer look at those data sets going forward and see if we can balance that. But between the online and the mail versions, again, since there are two data sets, the mail version, or the print version, I should say, did skew slightly to older respondents, but the online version skewed slightly to younger or middle-aged respondents. So, you know, in aggregate, it was fairly balanced, but we can take a closer look at how those demographics spread across the responses.
Okay, even if not adjusting for sample, I'd be curious just to get kind of a qualitative commentary on where the answer varied materially by age.
Sure.
Sure, we can follow up. And I'll just remind you, the Parks and Rec Commission, serving as your advisory body, one of their goals will to make sure they're hearing or working with us to make sure we're hearing from all audiences as we start the community engagement process. Tall order, Parks and Rec Commission, right?
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any other questions right now. I don't know, Jesse, if you want to go to the discussion.
Yeah, let's kick off our group discussion then. Steve, did you want to share the next slide? Or I'll pull it up here.
So I will, what we have in the presentation is 3 discrete questions. So we're interested in getting City Council's feedback and the Park and Recreation Commission's feedback on these 3 questions. What I'd like to do is pose the question, turn off the screen share, and then we have the dialogue about the question. And the way these questions are structured, we're taking the 50,000-foot level look and diving down from there. So each question will get a little more narrow in focus and time. So really just thinking long-term, what is your vision for Mercer Island Parks and Recreation in 2050? Granted that this PROS plan is only a 6-year plan, but it is a foundational plan, and ideally it is looking forward. So having that long-range vision will help set a course for how that plan's put together and what goals get prioritized or elevated. So again, what's your vision in 2020 or 2050? What does success look like 30 years from now? And what do you want to achieve by 2050 with regard to Parks and Recreation? So again, I'll leave that up for another second and then stop the screen sharing.
Thank you, Steve. Councilmember Neese.
So that's a great question, and thanks for posing it that way, because I think it really gets people thinking long term. Pre-pandemic, we had a very active Park and Rec department, and we had a lot of rec programs in the parks. And to me, it felt as though they were heading too much in the commercial direction. There were, I don't know if there still are, a lot of outdoor kind of school type endeavors. There were schools in the park type endeavors. There were different commercial kind of activities that really focused on Luther Burbank, and even some what I felt was a little bit destructive volunteer or donation type activities in Pine or in Island Crest Park, where things were being nailed to trees and with a lot of kind of habitat damage. I'd like to see a healthy and robust park and rec program that doesn't feel commercial and feels kind of right size for Mercer Island in terms of especially the K through 12 trying to find activities, summertime activities for that kind of cohort. So that's my thought.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
A couple of things. First, the obvious one, I think that I assume most of us would share, but no net loss of parkland would be a key criteria from my viewpoint. Second thing would be, as I look at our parks, I want to make sure that whatever parks and rec programs and facilities we have, we take advantage of the natural environment.
Hey, Craig, can you get closer to your mic?
You're going to get a close-up look at my face, probably closer than you want to be, but I'll try to speak up.
This closer than I want to be, but go ahead.
What I was trying to say is I want to make sure whatever parks and recreation programs and facilities we have, I want to make sure that they take advantage of the uniqueness that makes up Mercer Island. So in particular, we're surrounded by water. No other city in the region has that. Let's make sure we have a very water-oriented program and water-oriented facilities that take advantage of that.
Thank you. Councilmember Adderall.
Thanks. Yeah, I would definitely want to see no net loss of parkland. I want to see, even, I mean, when I say no net loss, I don't even want to see more paved area in the parks. There's, in the Aubrey Davis master plan, we had some debate about whether shoulders or trails should be widened to a consistent 12 feet throughout. I think that that's where it landed. I disagree with that. There are trails that are not 12 feet wide with the paving. And I think every inch of impervious surface that we add to the parks diminishes the quality of life and the quality of experience there. I get that you need some paved areas for people to have access, and I'm not opposed to that, but you know, I just think we need to focus on preserving the natural habitat as natural as it can be. I love art. I don't even want to see art necessarily in the parks. I want it to be nature, because there's a place for each. And I want it to be kind of as green and basically primitive as it can be, while still being safe to use. So that's where I come out.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Cohen.
Hi, Mayor, thank you. Don Cohen. This picks up with, I think, on what all three of the previous speakers said. It relates to the environment, but I think I would want to see it be respectful of the tree canopy in particular, and to take into account the challenges of climate change on that long-term basis, let's hope.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. I won't repeat what I would agree with a lot of what I've heard so far. The only thing I would add is, certainly accessibility, not only in terms of a diversity of programs, but also activities and infrastructure in the parks itself.
Mayor Wong, I can't raise my hand. The city computer is defective in some respect.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Councilmember Jacobson.
One of the things that is paramount importance to me is that we have the park system that is fully usable and maintained by 2050, if that's our target. And in my mind, that requires consistent attention and resource devotion to maintaining our parks, so that we don't get to the point where all the docks, for example, at Luther Burbank are rotted and falling away, and then we have to close parks because of safety concerns that result from a lack of maintenance. And that, I know that's a problem, but I think that focus is one that has to be continuous.
Great, thank you. I'm going to take a turn here. I guess some of these things have already been mentioned, and I just wanted to always share my thoughts. And I certainly agree that, as this area is going to feel the pressure as more and more people move into this region, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that the acreage that we have for parks and open space stays the same. Certainly does not diminish by any means, because there will be growing pressure on usage, not only by residents, but also by people who don't live on the island. The second thing is also what Commissioner Cohen mentioned. I think, as we develop a plan for the maintenance of our parks, let's make sure that we continue to use best science, current science available to maintain our parks, and make sure that we consider the changes in climate in plantings and in replacing trees when we have that opportunity with perhaps trees that are more, and shrubs that are more resilient in terms of changes to the climate. So I think we got to make sure that we preserve this area for the next generations to come. So again, thank you to the commissioners, because this will be a task that you have to help develop this pros plan.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure we have an opportunity for any of the other commissioners that want to weigh in on this question before we move to the next one.
Yeah, we do. I'm sorry. Commissioner Cohen, your hand is still up. I don't know if that's an old hand.
Looks like Rory, did you want to?
I'm like Councilmember Jacobson. I don't have a raise hand button.
Oh.
So you'll see that. My glib answer was going to be that 30 years from now, I'd like to see our parks look like Bellevue's, because they have an excellent and very diverse park system with amazing facilities. But I think we can get there. I think we can have both top-notch facilities that are well used and appreciated, and we definitely have some work to do in that area. I think we can have open space. We have over 60% of our park system now that's open space, and that shouldn't diminish in any way. But it's managing that open space is challenged right now, not just to preserve the tree canopy, but because of the amount of invasive species that every year find their way into those areas and need to be controlled. So we've 30 years from now, I hope we have a good handle on that, and I hope we have a wide range of recreation programs serving our community, from kindergartners to seniors.
Great. City Manager, we have a few more hands, so I'd like to ask Commissioner Richter, you have your hand up.
Yeah, hi, thanks. So here's my bullet list. I'd like to see clean and safe parks. I'd like to have parks that are highly utilized, so when you're walking through them, people are actually out there using them. Parks that are enticing our community to get outside. So something that we're really proud of as a community. I'd like to have parks that are meeting the needs of a diverse set of ages. Parks that are taking advantage of our unique natural surrounding that we have on the island. So specifically, I'm thinking water, doing more with our water. And then just in general, like amenities that meet the needs of all of our community, all ages.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Struck.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of thoughts. One is, I think a little bit about fiscal sustainability. It's generally really fairly easy to get grants to build things and so forth, but then, that money goes away, and then it's, you have to have ongoing maintenance, and where does that money come from? And I think as we experienced last year, that can be a challenge. So I think about that, fiscal sustainability or self-sustainability for the system. And then also I think about intensity of use of, where's that tipping point where parks become, the public says, well, the parks are always too crowded and so forth. So I think about that as the density increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
So I wanted to go a step further than we need to maintain the amount of park that we have without having a net loss. One of the things that we talked about years ago as a council was the STAR Communities Pledge, and that was turned into the LEEDS. LEEDS came out with a set of calibrated measures for cities to strive to. One of the things that was measured in those matrix was the parkland to population. And so acres per thousand. And one of the things that I think as we head towards 2050, we should be thinking about, and Commissioner Struck really touched on this, is that if you're gonna have more people, you're gonna get more intensity of use. And as Rory mentioned, you have a big percentage of open space that's in the park system. And the more that we ignore parkland acquisition, the more pressure there will be to have intensity of use in the open spaces. So I think that long-term, it would be wise if Mercer Island had some sort of park acquisition strategy so that you're trying to hold the ratio of parkland to per 1,000 somewhere near constant or maybe even grow it.
Okay, thank you. The last question, I guess, or comment for this one is for David, I'm sorry, for Councilmember Rosenbaum, and then we'll go to the next question.
That's an all day.
Okay, so let's go to the next question.
All right, let me put that up on screen. So the next question, as I suggested earlier, is dialing it in a little bit in terms of time. So this one's a little more near term in focus. So over the next 5 years, what should the city be doing more of, less of, or differently? Again, what should the city be doing more of, less of, or differently with regard to parks and recreation, open space, urban forestry?
Councilmember Anderl.
Got my hand up and remembered to take myself off mute. Awesome. If I do say so myself. I think the city should be really focused on invasive species because those just get out of hand quickly, and I think kind of exponentially cost more to manage. So I would like to see that focus, and I know it's somewhat of a troublesome issue because sometimes it involves using chemicals, and there are community members who are opposed to that. And it often, if it doesn't involve using chemicals, it's kind of manual labor, and then it's expensive. But I feel like we don't want to get behind that issue. It's kind of like when you're recovering from surgery, you don't want to have any breakthrough pain. And that's what I think letting invasive species get out of control happens in the parks. And yeah, I mean, that more, what we should be doing more of that, less paving, and that short term, those I think are important goals, at least as far as I'm concerned.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor. I saw your mouth.
How about Deputy Mayor Weicker?
All right, I will just say I'm so happy to hear from our parks commissioners. Thank you so much for your service. I think as we all come out of COVID and start coming outside, I'd love to see more of those community events come back together, the Easter egg hunts, the picnics in the park, the movies in the park. I think that programming that brings people together and outside and getting back into community building, community gathering is going to be really important in the short term. So thank you for thinking about that. And I just think kids programming this summer will be critical too for those pre-K and through high school kids too. So thank you for thinking about how to get us out of this COVID recovery and into back to community building.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Neese?
I think Lisa made a good point. I'm not sure that everybody's aware of the amount of money that has gone into and continues to go into the invasive species, but I'd like to see short term a focus on the replanting of the conifers, the pines, versus the maples and the oaks that are dropping their leaves. So the more that I've walked around the forest, the more density of forest canopy that I've seen with the pines, the less invasive species that I've seen. But the trees that are dropping their leaves and letting more light in different times of the year feels like they open up a lot of opportunity for those invasive species to grab hold. So I'd like to see us kind of focus on that native type of canopy.
Great, thank you. Is that Commissioner McCarthy?
Yeah, thank you. When I think about the next 5 years and what we should be doing more of, I see that we need to be getting our pros plan done, getting the Luther Burbank docks stuff figured out, getting the Aubrey Davis trail things figured out so we can get the grant money and get these projects actually started and completed so that people can be using them to the best of their, for what they're actually supposed to be doing, instead of looking at these things and thinking, oh, wouldn't it be nice if our docks were redone and we could have a better boating program, or if we actually had that trail figured out at Aubrey Davis so that it was a safe passage through the park that people could enjoy, doing all kinds of different modes of transportation. So that's what I see, and that's what I see the commissioner's job as being as well, is to get those programs up and running so that we can all be enjoying them on the island.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I'd also just like to thank the Parks Commission for all your work on this. Jody, I think you made a really good point there about getting a lot of these things done and kind of getting them in motion. And based on the timeline, you guys have a lot of work in front of you, so I appreciate that. I really agree with what the Deputy Mayor said in terms of events. I also think that can be an economic driver to the city as well. I think of a very popular, kids concert we had last summer, where I'm sure the pizza place across the street was sold out of pizza. But I think that can be something that can be really good. I think, next 5 years, I think we need to continue doing a lot of what we've been doing. I found that the parks have really pivoted and become very nimble in these times when, we really sort of needed an opportunity for a lot of people to get outside. I'm in the parks all the time, and I love to see so many people out there that are walking around. And I think that we've found ways to use the parks in ways that we didn't really think of a year ago. But I think that comes from having a really good infrastructure behind it. So I think a lot of it is continue doing what we're doing. And thanks to the Parks Commission again for all your work on this.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
One concept that I would suggest we look at is establishing a Adopt a Park program and make use of volunteers, because I think there are some finishing touches that the city is probably not going to be able to directly afford. For example, I live near Homestead Field, and it's been mowed and kept up far better than I had any reason to believe it would be. However, there are weeds in some of the beds, and right now there are fallen limbs and things like that. And I think if we organized and adopt the park things, and this might be more suitable to a park like Homestead than it might be to Luther Burbank, for example, but it would we could harness some of the volunteer energy that we have in this community to keep have a very finished look and complete look to our parks that we may not be able to afford to do simply with the city maintenance people.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna, again, I know we're looking at a 5-year horizon. I guess it would be great, in my opinion, if somehow we were able to develop an off-leash dog policy. And that could mean greater usage of certain areas of the parks for off-leash dog. But in any event, we seem to have a kind of a incoherent policy, or one that perhaps needs to be reviewed because this issue continues to come up. So again, in a 5-year period, it'd be great if we were able to develop a coherent policy. Commissioner Struck, and then Commissioner Cohen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is Peter Struck. Just to add on to what Councilmember Jacobson said about Adopt a Park, I'll kind of use a more broader term of partnerships. And, I think if Parks and Rec can, kind of look outside their current scope and say, what other groups, that have various levels of expertise, how can we partner with them and to provide various things? And maybe it's the old equation of, 1 and 1 equals 3 kind of thing. I don't have any specifics at this point, but just that kind of concept. I think we probably will be better off in many instances.
Great. Commissioner Cohen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Don Cohen. I would be interested in trying to enhance things that make the park and rec opportunities really unique. So, for example, I'm sure I'm not the only one who has told friends from off the island many times, I live near Pioneer Park, where 7 miles from downtown Seattle, you can go down into a ravine and feel like you're up in the mountains somewhere, and you can barely hear 405. There's something about that that makes me proud, as well as enhancing some of the relaxation and canopy things. And I don't know what those things can be because of the limitations geographically and otherwise, but things that make us proud and that are different, perhaps, from some parks are things that I'm interested in also.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. We have about 20 minutes left, I guess, and maybe we should go to the third and final question. So, Steve?
Yep. So the final question, again, dialing it in, even tighter time frame. What changed for the city, for Parks and Recreation, for your perspectives since the start of the pandemic? And then separately, what do you want to learn from the community in the coming months through the next survey, through other ongoing community engagement that we'll do as we move forward on this PROS plan update? So again, what's changed since the start of the pandemic, and what do you want to learn from the community going forward?
Councilmember Anderall.
Yeah, well, I mean, everything's changed since the pandemic, except for, I guess, the one thing that didn't change is people still do want to be outdoors and use the parks, maybe even more intensely now with social distancing and everything else being closed. But what I'd be really curious about is, the city had to really scale back on parks maintenance during the pandemic. The parks got woollier. They didn't get mowed as often. They were brown. There were weeds. I mean, how did people feel about that? Is it an affront to everyone's sensibilities to not have it completely manicured like a country club? Or are people cool with it? Like, this is just the way the natural world works, and you know what we can do with less maintenance as long as things don't get out of hand. I think that would be a really, really good piece of community feedback, because it could guide decisions that are, financially driven, that are going to make a difference in budgeting and whatever. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. I think, one thing I'd like to know, and this related to COVID and sort of post-COVID, is, how do people expect to change some of their behaviors? Are people planning on eating, more meals outside with friends in the future? We don't have a ton of covered spaces in a lot of the parks. Is that something that people would utilize in the winter? I think that's, I'd like to get a better understanding as to how people, if and how people expect to change their behaviors in the parks in sort of a post-COVID world.
Okay. I guess I'll share just one comment or view or question I have, and that is, we all hope that the pandemic will be behind us in 2021, but if it isn't, this thing is just going to continue. And my concern is, and maybe I would certainly love to get more feedback regarding from young families with kids, school-age kids, so that we can better ascertain if the city can do better in terms of meeting the needs of the physical and recreational needs of the school-age kids, because they're pretty much cooped up at home or whatever. So that would be something I would certainly hope that maybe this second survey or the community engagement process can really try to get more information and responses from young families with school-age kids. And again, how can the city better meet their needs? Councilmember McCarthy, Commissioner McCarthy, and then Councilmember Jacobson.
Thank you. I wanted to build on that as well. We talked about that actually in our last Parks and Rec Commission meeting, was how do you extend the use of the parks seasonally so that it's available to people throughout the year more, looking at covered playgrounds and different covered areas so that people can stretch out and still enjoy the parks, in the future, now that so much has changed with the pandemic and we want to be outside, socializing and things like that. And also to be able to get the kids to still be able to get their exercise and not have to be in the pouring rain going down the slide every time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
We've seen an almost complete exclusion of group athletic kinds of things, be it softball, soccer, those kinds of things. I think it's reasonable to expect that as the shackles come off from COVID, we're going to see a lot more of that. And we're going to see much more usage of parks and maybe more hard usage. And so that's something that we need to look at. I think there's another thing that I think has come to light in a kind of way, at least to me, is that we need to be sure that our parks have facilities or equipment that special needs kids can use, because there are quite a few children and adults on this island who have special needs and aren't able to utilize our equipment and some of our park facilities to the degree that some of us more fortunate people are. So I think as we go forward, particularly in replacing obsolete equipment and cleaning up parks such as the swamp at Mercerdale and things like this, doing so with a understanding and a receptivity to the needs of our special needs community, I think would be absolutely warranted.
Thank you for that comment. And I think many of you have received emails. I've seen that citizens like Ashley Hay have shared different alternative equipment that might be more accessible to those with special needs. So thank you for that. I don't see anybody else's hand up. Well, I'm sorry, Councilmember Anderl. Yes, you do. I see it.
I think Parks and Rec Commissioner Lynn was up ahead of me, but.
Yes, I can't tell who came first, but yes, let's go. Let's ask the commissioner to comment, and then we can come back to you, Councilmember.
You bet.
Okay, thanks. Just following up on what has changed since the pandemic in terms of Parks and Rec, I noticed a lot more informal group use of the fields and facilities. And I think people were kind of confused about the signs. You know, you need a permit, you need to schedule field use, and yeah, there weren't any organized sports teams. And so can a group of 8 boys play soccer at Homestead and not have a permit? Ultimate Frisbee groups, just people were sort of organizing their own mini teams and leagues on the city fields and courts. And I'm not sure if that's going to stay or what's going to happen with that, but we should have some sort of clear policy on that and consistency.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, Commissioner, thanks for your comments, because it kind of segues into mine, and they were better before my comments than after. But I mean, the thing that we really noticed this summer, obviously, and it's in the distant past of our memories, but you know, mandated closures of Groveland Park because of, and largely because of off-island use. And so as other cities either change policies for various reasons to either close parking lots in the parks or allow encampments in parks that may drive people away from those natural resources in other cities. Is there any thought, or I guess I would like to see there be some thought to prioritizing parking and use for Mercer Island residents? Because these are parks that are supported by Mercer Island. They're not regional parks. And so I don't want to be all exclusive, but I represent the people on the island, not people off the island. And I want to see them be able to use these natural resources, and maybe on a priority basis, especially for parking.
Thank you. Commissioner Struck.
Yes, thank you. Just to kind of elaborate on what Councilmember Anderl initially said about park maintenance and so forth, the thing I think about over next year, I want to learn about is about kind of the community's appetite for cost recovery in terms of, you know, providing various things and what are the value trade-offs that people are willing to make and so forth. So I think there's a lot to explore there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I do not see anybody else's hand up. So I don't, City Manager, do you want to bring it home?
Absolutely. Well, thank you. This was a great discussion. You probably saw Steve and I with our heads down a bit, furiously taking notes. Thank you, Parks and Rec Commission. I have to tell you, you were formed as a Parks and Rec Commission. We were off and running, and then everything shut down, and you hibernated until this fall, and we brought you back and said, okay, now go really fast. We have 5 high priority things for you to tackle right now. So thank you all for your patience and your grace this last year. It was, really a pleasure working alongside you as we were navigating a number of things, and now we get to do the forward-looking work. So I will be back, joined with recreation staff and Steve, coming, I think it's to your first meeting in February. We will be bringing forward to you our draft follow-up community survey and probably an updated timeline as well. And for the benefit of the council, we have not scheduled our community engagement dates yet. That is on our list to, again, take care of in the next couple of weeks. So thank you for a very informative discussion. City Council, we have one more check-in joint meeting. I think it's April, the end of April with the Parks and Rec Commission. And then we'll be starting to work with you on, draft plans and hopefully looking to the finish line to adopt our updated pros plan. That's all I have. Again, thank you.
Yeah, I know I speak, I think, for all council members. We're appreciative of Councilmember Jacobson serving as the liaison to the commission, but all commissioners should feel free to contact any council member if they have any questions. And we certainly look forward to working with you folks during the next several months as we hopefully get to summertime and adopting the final pros plan. So again, thank you for your time this evening. So I know we have a regular meeting starting, well, actually, City Manager, I suppose we could just continue on. We've finished our study session. So, or do we need to wait until 6:30 for your city?
I do suggest, Mayor Wong, that we take a short break since our agenda says specifically 6:30. So let's resume our regular meeting at 6:30.
Very good. Okay, so again, we'll be back in about 8 minutes.
As a reminder, please turn off your mics and turn off your video. Thank you.
Yeah, can we do a quick mic check? Am I more hearable now?
I can hear you perfectly, Craig.
Okay, good. Made some adjustments. Hopefully it'll work. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we are live again.
Great. Okay. Next up on the agenda, we have the city manager's report. Welcome to City Manager Jesse Bond.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Give me just a moment here. All right. Okay. I'm sitting in a new spot in council chambers tonight, so we're getting used to new audio and computers. Thank you for your patience. It is Tuesday, January 19th, and I thought we would take a quick look back at the windstorm last week. That was very eventful. As all of you know, because many of you were without power, as was I, we had unexpected wind gusts of over 50 miles an hour in our area. It was really happened the early morning hours of January 13th. Lots of blowdown around the island. We have many, many trees down. I have some pictures to show you in just a moment. In some regards, we were lucky because PSE was already on island dealing with another outage unrelated to the storm. So we had PSE resources here immediately doing windshield surveys and assessing all of the damage. Initially, we had 8,000 customers, PSE customers, without power. By Wednesday evening, it was down to 4,000, but many of you were experiencing power outage for several days. So we had 8 full-time staff dedicated to clearing roads. There's one of the photos. They spent over 170 hours working to clear debris. And council, I think you're aware of this, the community may not be, but for PSE to do their work, restoring power, we have to work ahead of them. So it's always really important that we get all of our maintenance crews out, all hands on deck to get the roads reopened safely. Certainly police and fire units were also assisting. We had 18 separate road right-of-way blockages stemming from 22 tree failures, and that's a fancy way of saying trees fell down. We also had lots of just windfall, limbs and things like that, and many, many snapped power poles, which was really what became the most significant problem of the storm, and it delayed power restoration. So most of the issues were resolved in 48 hours, those that we could control, and I do want to take a moment to say thank you to our entire Public Works team and our first responders for really getting out in front of this and literally working overnight, many days in a row. Here's some more startling images from the event. Over that first 48-hour period, we had fire responded to 48 calls for service, and police responded to 74 calls for service that were storm related. So again, public safety was also very busy. We're still cleaning up from the storm. It will be ongoing for a while. All roads are open. The right-of-way team is out now. You know, we've cleared the big trees and the big branches, but now we've got to go back and deal with everything else that blew down. We still have quite a bit of cleanup to do on the 8400 block of East Mercer Way, just a heads up. I believe that work is scheduled for this week. PSE got all the power poles replaced, but they're still working on other minor fixes. They've got some temporary lines in places, so that work is still ongoing. And I just mentioned that they're rehanging some communication lines as well. So again, just want to say it was really brutal storm, unanticipated winds, and thank you to everybody that provided support to Mercer Island. Good time to remind everybody, now that we've been through a prolonged power outage, to prepare for the next one, which we hope won't be happening anytime soon. It's a good time to take an inventory of everything you used during the storm. I know my kids had the flashlights out, but then continued to play with them for several days, so we probably need to go replace batteries. Reminder, keep your cell phones, laptops, all those good things charged. You were probably like me at one point, sitting in your car trying to charge everything. And if you have a generator for safety reasons or otherwise, and your car, make sure your gas tanks are always full. And have plans. We certainly had some outreach due to prolonged outages regarding, refrigerating your medicines and other, refrigerating your medications and other power-dependent medical devices. And this is just good advice for any emergency, not just a power outage. So there's a link there if you'd like more tips and information on how to prepare for outages. Thanks to our emergency management folks for putting this slide together for me today. All right, moving on to COVID-19. I usually start with this slide. Just since I last reported, January 4th, we had 378 cases reported here on Mercer Island of COVID-19. And as of January 17th, that was a couple days ago, we don't have more recent data. We now have 418 cases. I'm not making this comment from I don't ever dive deep into the numbers, but that's a good flatter trend. Reminder to the community, if you have resource needs, questions, the Mercer Island Call Center is available to assist, 206-275-7626. And we're continuing to populate our Let's Talk page with information on COVID. As of late, it's mostly related to the vaccine deployment, which I will talk about now. So we are now in phase 1B of vaccine distribution, which just yesterday the governor announced some revisions to the vaccine deployment plan, namely that if you are 65 years and older, you are now eligible at phase 1B. Previously, the cutoff was age 70. Also, people 50 years and older in multi-generational households, you are now eligible for vaccine. And anybody that was eligible in phase 1A, you are still eligible. So that's high-risk workers in healthcare settings, first responders. I know we're still working to get our firefighters through. Our police officers are starting to get their vaccines now. Phase 1A is also residents and staff of nursing homes and all other workers at risk in healthcare setting. So, in council, I will let you know, I think just moments ago, a press release went out from the city. We've had a fair number of questions about vaccine deployment. So media kits are being built right now from Department of Health, the governor's office, and Seattle King County Public Health. As that information is coming to us, we are actively working to push it out. If you wonder about what phase of vaccine deployment you are in, Washington State has a Find Your Phase website there. We've linked. It's also on our Let's Talk page. And we are now starting to build a page on our website, mercerisland.gov/vaccine, where we will be populating all of the latest information. Also, you might be interested, and I haven't honestly had time to really take a look at this, but King County has a new vaccination dashboard. The link is here on the slide where they will be sharing information on how many people have been vaccinated, the demographics, and the number of doses allocated to providers in King County. We're hoping to speed up the tracking a little bit. So the dashboard looks great. It looks a lot like the COVID-19 case count dashboard. So when you have a minute, check that out. This will also be linked to our website. Okay, whoopsie. Sorry. Just one more comment about vaccines. I've fielded actually quite a few questions today specifically about the city's role in vaccine deployment. And I just want to tell you, City Council and the community, that we have offered our resources to public health, as have most of our neighboring cities, specifically if they open vaccine drive-through centers or something like that. We could, for example, use our community center parking lot to assist. We have not been taken up on that offer yet. I think it's just too soon. The other question that came in a couple times today was Seattle Fire Department firefighters are being trained to give vaccines. Is Mercer Island Fire going to do that? No, not right now. Maybe not yet. There's special training and storage and quite a few logistics to go into that, but we are actively engaged in these conversations. Our fire administration is working with both Bellevue and Seattle on vaccine deployment. So if an opportunity becomes available and it looks like it would be a good match for it, we will certainly explore that. And more information to come on the vaccines. School district update. We've fielded a couple questions about this lately. I will just remind you, your best source of information for school district status is actually the Mercer Island School District website and what they call their Learning Forward Plan. The link is also here on this slide. Today, first graders went back to in-person learning. A few weeks ago, it was kindergartners, and they have a phased plan to bring back additional grades. So February 8th is grades 2 through 3, and then you can see the sequence there on the screen. Again, the city's not involved in this, but since we've had some questions, I wanted to just make sure I shared this information and make sure that you all have a web link to learn more about what the school is planning. All right, a quick look ahead over the next 2-ish weeks for upcoming virtual meetings. Again, we are still in virtual meeting mode per the extended proclamation. I am told there is a legislative solution coming that will allow us to hold meetings virtually during an emergency. So that will resolve this issue we've had with the governor needing to extend the proclamation. Anyway, as to council meetings, a reminder, your next meeting after tonight is February 2nd. Board and commission meetings. The Planning Commission is meeting tomorrow, and Open Space Conservancy Trust is the 21st. And I believe we may also have a special meeting of the Parks and Rec Commission that's not showing here. Everything is updated there on our website, mercerisland.gov/BC, which stands for Boards and Commissions. Handful of updates here on city programs and services. Just a reminder, Council, I shared this with you last week. The Parks and Recreation Department is working on the recovery plan or the restart plan for the community center and recreation services. The thing that I will point to on this slide is this link down here. This is the link to a survey that's on Let's Talk regarding priorities for restoring recreation programs. There was some concerns expressed about the requirement to fill in your email address in the earlier version of the survey. We have gone in behind the scenes and taken that out. So, and if you have any other issues regarding completing that survey, please let me know. I'm told we already have close to 400 responses, and we just launched this a couple days ago. So that is fantastic. Please submit your survey responses by February 15th. Also, oh, there it is, the Parks and Rec Commission Planning for the Future workshop. So this is a meeting of the Parks and Recreation Commission on January 21st at 5:30 p.m. And they will be talking, the Parks and Rec Commission will be talking about the plan to restore services. We're looking at phased restoration. And right now I can tell you we're planning for summer camps to start again this summer, and then everything else will likely follow. Certainly still subject to changes regarding the pandemic guidelines. Okay, January 21st, 5:30 p.m. If you want to join in and share your thoughts, go here, and you have a link to the board and commission meeting. All right, now I have a whole bunch of updates on YFS, so I'll pick up the pace here. The YFS Healthy Youth Initiative website is been rebranded and relaunched. I will remind you, this is a grant-funded program. We know that we are embarking on another year of connecting with our community and the families in our community virtually. So we'll be populating this website with important information to support you, both in substance abuse prevention and mental health programs in the coming year. And more to come on this. Here is the link to your website. We encourage you to take a look at the programs that are relaunching. Speaking of programs, I need to move my little screen there. We do have some upcoming programs. Healthy Youth Initiative is bringing back a program that's called the Incredible Years, Attentive Parenting, which is for families with children 2 to 6 years old. It's a free 8-week series, February 3rd to March 24th. If you'd like more information, it is available here, or you can go to the Healthy Youth Initiative website. For those of you with kiddos in school, school-age kids, we are starting a virtual drop-in, no-charge weekly parent support meetings at all of the 4 elementary schools, and also one for parents of middle or high school parents. City Council, we've done some recent promotions on this, so you've probably already heard about this. If you're interested in this, look for announcements coming out from your school counselors. I know my kids are tied to West Mercer. We got the email last week. Thank you very much. If you have questions about this program, Derek Franklin is your point of contact. And my thanks to the YFS counseling team for putting these sessions together. I think it'll be a great resource for our parents. The YFS Foundation fundraising breakfast, first time ever. It will be virtual on February 10th. As a reminder, this is proceeds benefit the Youth and Family Services Department. This is the 19th annual fundraising breakfast, and you're all invited. Turns out this year, because it's virtual, there's no space limitations, and show up in your pajamas because you can. Starts at 7:30 a.m. The Master of Ceremonies is actor-comedian Joel McHale, who is also a Mercer Island High School alumni. That is just absolutely fantastic. Here is the link if you'd like to register. And again, no better time to give it a try. You can show up where you are. You can invite your whole family, and it'll be a great time. Thank you to the Youth and Family Services Foundation for your creativity and your energy around planning for this virtual event. We really appreciate you. Thrift shop volunteers needed. This is another YFS update. We are slowly and surely getting the hang of this pandemic operating thing, and we could use a boost. We need some more volunteers. Things like donation management, cashiering, sales, apparel. We have volunteer shifts available to accommodate all schedules, and I'll just remind you, now the donations are accepted at the community center. They're held for a couple of days before we process them so that they can be sterilized before they get out onto the floor. So it's a completely different operation, and we would sure love to hear from you if you're interested in volunteering. Suzanne Fallon, her email address is here. Please reach out to her if you have an interest. Thrift shop donations, some fun facts. A reminder, you can drop off donations still on Saturdays, 10 to 3 at the community center. We're going to continue doing this probably through the spring, and then we'll figure out what comes next. 30,000 pounds of goods were donated in November. I did ask the staff, how does that compare to normal? And they said, well, it's really hard to compare because we do things totally differently now. Anyway, that's a lot. That's pretty incredible. Thank you, Mercer Island, for continuing your donations. We get just under 100 vehicles per Saturday. If you were there when we first opened, you were probably a little frustrated because the wait times were sometimes 90 minutes. Now we're under 15 minutes, and sometimes you can drive right up and drop off and go. So lots of process improvements along the way to speed things up. The good news is our impacts to the facility and the parking lot have been minimal. I know some people have asked, are we damaging the community center? No, things look good. So keep the donations coming. And included for me here is the number one question from donors and customers is, when will the thrift shop be back to normal operations? We're currently looking at something similar for the thrift shop that we've been working on with recreation is now actually moving to the restart plan because we can see that some of the restrictions will probably be lifted in 2021. So we're working on that. Speaking of, if you'd like to go shopping 10 to 3 on Sundays at the thrift shop, we're holding steady. It's about $4,000 in sales every Sunday. The challenge we have in the pandemic is just that we have to limit shopper capacity in a small space. So for right now, that's the limitation. Sometimes we do get a line, but hey, come hang out. We've got great stuff coming in from donations. And along with the rest of the city, the thrift shop's website is getting a facelift. You'll probably notice most of our websites are getting facelifts this year. So the website is live. Behind the scenes, we're working on expanding our online shopping pages and hoping to populate with a lot more inventory as we go forward. So stay tuned. If you want to check it out, there's the website address there. All right, and some good news. You know, Council, I think it's just sometimes things happen behind the scenes, and I just want to tell you this little story here. Rob Root, our city mechanic, he's just fantastic. You might recall in October, we had a boom truck with the lift stuck in the air and an employee up in the bucket. in a very visible location at 63rd and Island Crest Way. So we had to deploy the fire department to help, and Rob as well. So we thankfully got the worker to safety. We took the equipment out of service. And then Rob started investigating to try to fix the issue. We couldn't figure it out. In Mill Creek, the city of Mill Creek has the same truck, and they had the same exact issue. Rob took a look at their truck, and lo and behold, figured out what the problem was. It was a flawed design in the wiring. So not only did he help get Mill Creek's truck fixed, our truck fixed, but the company that manufactures the truck also reached out and have now deployed Rob's fix to their entire fleet of trucks. So I just wanted to acknowledge Rob, in this case, went above and beyond, really worked hard to help us get this issue resolved. This is a boom truck we use all the time. And Mill Creek wanted me also to extend their thanks, Rob, for helping them out. So great work, Rob. Just wanted to tell you that fun story about something that went on behind the scenes. Okay, and in the not so good news category, I wanted to take this opportunity to say farewell to Chief Heitman. This is his last city council meeting. And after many, many years of service, it will certainly be a different place without you, but we absolutely send you off with a great amount of appreciation and well wishes for your new job leading the Renton Regional Fire Authority. And so, Mayor Wong, I thought what I'd do right now, because several council members wanted to have an opportunity to say farewell to Steve. This is the end of my city manager report. I'll stop my screen share and then allow you and any council members that want to say goodbye to Steve. And Steve is also here somewhere. There he is.
Thank you.
Hard to miss.
Thank you, Jesse. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Chief, I just want to thank you for your years of service to the community. Can't say enough. Really appreciate it. We're going to miss you a lot, but thank you so much.
You.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I just wanted to say thank you as well. I really appreciated you giving me a tour of the fire station when I was a new council person, and your wisdom and guidance and leadership and running a great department over the years. The community's really benefited from your service. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Chief, you go forward with our best wishes. Rarely in life are people rewarded for accomplishing nothing. That is to say, no fires. We've had a few fires. I think you, under your leadership, we're grateful that there has been as little activity as possible. So you get credit for that, being head of that organization, and carry your skills and good luck on to Renton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, Chief, I'll echo what everybody else said and acknowledge that police and fire services are probably the two most important things we do. So it's always been nice to know we can count on you. On a personal note, your team has been to our house probably 4 or 5 times for medical emergencies, and at least one family member might not be alive were it not for the service your team has provided, and we're all very grateful.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Right, Chief, I just want to say thank you so much for your years of service, and couldn't do what we do without your team there at the ready 24/7. So thank you for your leadership in that, and Renton is so lucky to get you. So it's going to be tough to figure out what to do next, but Renton's getting a good one. So thank you so much for your friendship and mentorship and guidance all these many years on all things fire. So well done.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, Chief Heitman, it's been a real pleasure getting to know you. It's been a real pleasure getting to learn the ins and outs of a department of your size and in the middle of a region that's been growing so rapidly and has so many needs. I'm not sure that everybody recognizes how many regional boards and different entities that you served on, but you were certainly a big contributor flying the flag for Mercer Island within the region, and I'm sure that you'll continue that down in Renton. So thanks for the many years of service, and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, just to wrap up, Again, thank you for your years of distinguished service to the fire department and also to our community. We are eternally indebted to you, your service, and wish you the very best going forward as you run the City of Renton Fire Department. I mean, clearly others have been watching you and have recognized your management skills and your professionalism. So good for them, bad for us, but we all wish you the very best. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, I just want to say what a ride. This has been a great experience. Mercer Island is a great city to work for. This is a wonderful fire department, and they're going to continue strong. They're in a good spot right now. I will be excited to see what the city manager has planned moving forward, made some recommendations. We'll see how that works out. You probably will see me in some aspects in the future. At least I know that I'll be attending some meetings on the island, if nothing else. But I just want to say thank you. Again, this has been a great career so far, and I owe it all to Mercer Island, and I'm really appreciative of that and will not forget that.
Thank you again, Chief.
Thank you.
Well, tonight's agenda will not include in-person public appearances in accordance with Proclamation 20-28. However, individuals wishing to speak live during the appearances portion of our meeting may do so by telephone or using the Zoom teleconferencing application, provided, however, they have registered their desire to speak with our city clerk by 4 p.m. today. The city clerk will call you by name or telephone number when it is your turn to speak. This is the opportunity for anyone to speak to the city council on any item. All remarks will be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any individual council member or staff member. If any person makes personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the council, I may request that the person leave the meeting. When it is your turn to address the council, be sure to speak audibly and state your name for the record. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. A 3-minute timer will be visible on your computer screen. City Clerk, is there anyone who has signed up to appear before the council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 individuals signed up tonight. We have Mr. Tom Acker and Kelly Rodolfi. So we'll have Tom Acker first. Just give a moment while Chi enables his login.
Great. Welcome, Tom.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, Tom Acker, 2427 84th Avenue, Southeast Mercer Island, Washington. And I'd like to thank Chief Heitman for all his service. It was great getting to see you and your department work firsthand while on the council and in the community. You have an amazing department, and you're very much appreciated on the island. I'd also like to thank City Manager Bond. You have had the most unusual 1.5 2 years on the city, and you're doing a tremendous job. When I first was a community activist, and then when I was on the council, the city needed a lot of work, and you've just done a fantastic job at not only righting the ship, but also leading it through the stormy COVID waters. So thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank the city council. All of you are doing a really good job. I think that while you might have some philosophical differences, you are working together better than any council I've seen since I moved back to the island in 2013. And thank you for that. So the purpose for me calling in tonight is just, I saw in the agenda bills that you're looking at the Code of Ethics and Conduct and Conflict of Interest again. This is something that, as you know, Mayor Wong and Wendy, we worked on very hard, and we wanted to have something that protected you guys, us, the city, the community, the staff, and people from frivolous complaints. And I think it's been a learning process for all of us. It's not the proposal that we made 3 years ago, but I'm optimistic that you all are going to pull it together, because what I'm worried about is that if it doesn't get pulled together, all of the work that we just went through reviewing in the Parks Board and the levies and the operational elements that are going to need to have some type of supplemental enhanced revenue, it won't pass if our city council doesn't have the integrity and the backup and support of a code of conduct and the ethical standards that the community is looking for. And, you know, the reason I was so passionate about it is back in 2013, they did the Town Center Visioning Group, and there were a lot of really suspect things that occurred back then. And it continued for years. And I think that we're turning the corner. I think that behaviors are changing, and I think you're doing a fantastic job. I've sent you some ideas on what to consider as you make decisions around ethical conduct and conflict of interest. And I really hope that you can work together as a team to land this one for the community. So again, thank you for your service. And if you want any insights as somebody who's worked on these codes of conduct and ethics and conflicts of interest for years in various capacities, I'm happy to give you more information than what I sent to you today. But thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, Tom. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second person on our list tonight and the final person is Kelly Rodolfi.
Callie? I don't see her, City Clerk.
Oh, okay. Hi there. Thank you for your patience with me there. And also, I wanted to thank the council for putting sustainability on your 2021 planning schedule. I noticed it's there for a topic in March. I spoke to you back in October, and I wanted to give you a brief update. Our local League of Women Voters climate team has been working on a climate engagement plan. And our goal is to make sure that all the Mercer Island citizens know our climate and greenhouse gas reduction goals and have an opportunity to provide input and to contribute ideas to that. Our objective is outreach, education, and engagement activities around climate action. And we look forward to supporting the city as it develops its plans for climate action in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Callie. City Clerk, I just wanted to confirm that there's no other speaker.
That's correct, Mayor.
There being no further appearances, we now will move to the consent calendar. The consent calendar contains the accounts payable report for the period ending January 8, 2021, claims reporting for electronic funds transfers for the months ending October, November, and December 2020, certification of payroll dated January 15, 2021, the revised minutes of the January 5, 2021 regular meeting, AB 5789, the second amended and restated EPSCA ILA, AB 5801, Code of Ethics violation complaint disposition. Does anybody wish to pull any item off the consent calendar?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I request that AB 5801 be pulled off the consent calendar.
Okay. Okay, any other items to be pulled off consent calendar? Okay, so we have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the AB 5801 to be moved to regular business. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented and amended?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson to the consent calendar as presented and amended. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Anderl?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
And Mayor Wong?
Aye. So I think With respect to where we are going to discuss AB 5801, it probably makes the most sense right before we discuss, I don't have my AB number, but right before we discuss the Code of Ethics item. And I think, to me, that would be the most logical in terms of discussion. Meanwhile, we do have a new item. The next item on regular business is AB 5799, which is the second reading of ordinance number 21C-01, amending the Mercer Island City Code Title 17, construction codes to implementing the 2018 amendments to the state building code. And for that discussion, I believe Jeff Thomas is going to lead that discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. For the record, Jeff Thomas with CPD. We also have joining us this evening our building official, Don Cole, as well as our esteemed Fire Marshal, Jeremy Hicks. We've truly come full circle on this one from first reading back on January 5th. We presented to you during first reading an effective date for the 2018 building code updates of February 1st. After that meeting and first reading, we were notified that it appeared that the state was going to agree to extend the effective date to July 1 of this year. So as we prepared our second reading and ordinance adoption materials for this packet here this evening, we substituted out the February 1 date for the July 1 date and explained ourselves in the agenda bill. That's what you received in your packet last week. And then coming full circle, we were notified this morning that the governor, in fact, did not accept that extension and the date remains February 1. So Deb did a great job helping here today to get that amended ordinance out to you. It only changed in 2 places from what you received in your packet. It was just from July 1 to February 1. So unless there's any other questions about anything else, that's the staff report on that for this evening. And we'd be very grateful to have ultimately a motion from the council this evening to adopt the 2018 code updates with an effective date of February 1. With that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Deputy Mayor Weicker, your hand is up. I don't know if that's from an earlier time. If you have a question. Oh, okay, is that from an earlier time?
Yeah, sorry, let me take it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there any question from a council member to Mr. Thomas? Seeing none, I certainly would like to entertain a motion to approve the adoption of ordinance number 21C-01, amending the Mercer Island City Code Title 17.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Neat to adopt ordinance number 21C-01, amending the Mercer Island City Code Title 17. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Reynolds?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl?
Aye.
And Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, motion passes. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
The next item now on regular business is AB 5801, Code of Ethics Violation Complaint Disposition. To lead this discussion, before we have questions from the council members, City Attorney Beal Park.
Good evening, City Council. This is Beal Park, City Attorney, presenting on AB 5801. AB 5801 comes before you following deliberations in executive session for a final action and disposition of the ethics complaint against Planning Commissioner Lucia Prizio-Biroli. The ethics complaint against Commissioner Prizio-Biroli was received by the city clerk on August 3rd of 2020 for work that she was privately hired to perform. The ethics officer determined that as submitted, the complaint was sufficient to allege violation of code of ethics requirements against acceptance of gifts and engagement in business that the officer might reasonably expect would require disclosure of confidential city information. The ethics officer determined that the complaint was insufficient to allege any other code of ethics violations, including requirements against conflict of interest. The complaint was sent to the city's ethics hearing examiner, who conducted a hearing and subsequently issued findings of facts, conclusions of law, and recommendations to the council in disposition of the complaint. The council has received and deliberated on the hearing examiner's decision, which finds and concludes that Commissioner Prizio Baroli did not violate the code of ethics, and consequently, the hearing examiner recommends that the council dismiss the complaint without penalties. So under the code, all that remains to be done now is for the council to take final action. The list of final action options that the council can take in disposition of this complaint is listed in the agenda bill. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any procedural questions that the council may have.
So, thank you, City Attorney. So at this point, all we are doing is asking City Council members if you have any questions that you want to ask the City Attorney. Again, just questions. Otherwise, I would entertain a motion. Councilmember Jacobson, your hand is up.
Yes, it is up. And I think both the hearing proceedings and the opinion letter of our ethics officer are fatally flawed. And that informs my, what I'll say here in a moment. The hearing examiner didn't follow the statute in two material respects. Number one was he did not exercise his authority, which was requested to be exercised, to allow the production of books, records, and those kinds of things. Now, someone will say, well, the statute doesn't say you can have discovery. Well, it's quite clear that one of his powers is to issue subpoenas for records, for things, and for people. And he denied that. So that automatically circumscribed or limited the scope of the inquiry. Secondly, our statute—
Councilmember Jacobson, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but is there a question? Do you have a question? I understand what you were saying, but do you have a question that you need City Attorney to answer? Otherwise,
no, but I would like to be clear on the record about how I feel about this. And
that can certainly be done after a motion has been made. You can certainly speak.
All right. Oh, fine.
Yeah.
Mayor, I move that the planning commissioner be admonished in accordance with our Mercer Island City Code 2.060.070D 3.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Andral to admonish Commissioner Portsley, Rodley. Discussion. Councilmember Jacobson, you're the maker of the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
As I began to explain momentarily, a moment ago rather, both the hearing itself and the guidance from our ethics officer after the hearing are flawed. The hearing was circumscribed in two ways. One, by not according the opportunity for the parties to engage in document production and other kinds of things, for which the hearing examiner had authority but claimed at the time that he didn't. He ultimately apparently read the statute and discovered he had. Unfortunately, that was after the hearing. Second thing is our statute provides that the strict rules of evidence in courts of law or equity isn't followed. And yet the hearing examiner ruled as irrelevant questions by the complainant's attorney, which go to the issues of pro quid quo and what actually happened. So from that perspective, that part of the proceeding is flawed. The second part is the letter of December of last year from our ethics officer, different individual, which makes a number of statements which upon which his opinion depends, which are absolutely contrary to law. He also, while he quotes the statute, he leaves out any analysis of the final phrase of that statute as appropriate, which is a very critical part of it. And in so doing, he attempts to read out of the statute something that's in it. And statutory construction rules are that you read a statute in its entirety and not pick the parts you like and don't like. He's made some statements which are astonishingly incorrect when he says that appellate courts, assuming for a moment that we're an appellate court, never overrule findings of fact. Well, they do that all the time. They do that in the instances where evidence was not allowed to be presented, as was in this case. Secondly, when the finding of fact was clearly erroneous or the proceeding was otherwise incorrectly conducted, in which this one I think is absolutely clear it was. I think.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. We have other, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
All right, I'd like to finish if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
And so we certainly have work to do to clean up a very poorly drafted statute so that the citizens of this city can be assured that ethical behavior is clearly lined out. And so that's why I support an admonition to this planning commissioner who clearly went out, sought business from a potential party dealing with the city. And so that concludes the reasons I support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum, I don't know if you had your hand up. I thought I saw it.
I'll come back to me in a little bit.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Anderl.
Thank you, Mayor Wong. I seconded the motion because I wanted there to be some discussion on this. I agree with Jake that this should receive some public discussion so the citizens know what council and the city are up to, and if there are flaws in the ethics code, maybe we'll get to that on the next agenda bill. I don't have any intent here to, particularly beat up on anybody. I do think that the actions of the commissioner were wrong, and I kind of tend to agree with Jake's analysis on the law. So I'm supportive of that. I think that I think that we need to send a clear message to the public that solicitation of employment by a sitting planning commissioner on an issue that might come before the planning commission is just not something that should happen.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions for the city attorney at this time? Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, Councilmember Jacobson and Andrew, I want to thank you for this, but I've thought a lot about this. I think this issue for a lot of us has taken up a lot of time. And I really do believe that we need to have ethical operations in the city and amongst the council and any sort of other appointed position. But I am really concerned about the precedent that we'd be setting here. Jake, I understand that you don't agree with the process that went through, but this was the process that was established. And I'm very concerned that we're going to set up this precedent where if council members don't like the outcome, and I'm not suggesting that this is what you're doing, if they don't like the outcome, you find an issue with the process and say, well, here's what I think should happen, which is what I think is happening here. And I don't think that's really fair. This was something that was set up, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is this process was set up at the end of 2019. And I believe someone has worked on this. But I just don't think it's fair to set aside a process if you don't like the outcome. I just don't think it's fair to the individual. I don't think it's fair to the next person this is going to happen to. if the council is ultimately going to make its own determination, why do we have this, neutral third party making a recommendation? I think we need to think about this a lot in terms of the precedent we're going to set going forward if we take actions against this person. And I'd also like to say, I want to applaud those folks who got the next agenda, the next piece on our agenda here about our ethics. Because I do think, one thing that I've learned from this process is that we do have a lot of work to do around this. When I worked in Congress, I was subject to incredibly specific ethics concerns and ethics rules, and we all had followed, and we all knew what they were. And one thing that I've learned here is that it doesn't seem like we've gone far enough in terms of educating everyone involved in this situation in terms of what their responsibilities are. And I think we are going to take important action tonight. And I hope we will, because I do think that what we're working on next under AB 5802 is going to set in motion a much better ethics process for everyone involved. So that's my say here, and thanks everyone.
Thank you, council member. Is there anybody else who wants to weigh in on this at this point? Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, I believe I'm taking on a premise here that we're supposed to accept the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the hearing examiner. And his findings of fact and conclusions of law were, to me, very clear. And I understand that Councilmember Jacobson and certain members of the community disagree with that and disagree with feel that the process that was followed was not correct. But to me, there's not sufficient evidence that it's sufficient to overturn those findings of fact and conclusions of law. I think that would have to be a pretty darn high bar to get over that. Also, agree with Councilmember Rosenbaum that this has given us evidence that we need to rethink some of the aspects of our ethics policy, and I think that's appropriate, and I'm glad to see that we're going to be doing that. I've had some concerns with it all along. I think we're going to take steps to address that. I also think that in this particular case, it's very clear to me that nothing wrong would have been done in this particular case unless the planning commissioner in question had voted on something that impacted the person that hired her. And that didn't happen, and she indicated it wouldn't have happened. She would have recused herself, and if she hadn't, that might have been a different ballgame, but it didn't happen. I would also like to note that we want qualified people on our boards and commissions, and qualified people, when it comes to issues like land use or design or other topics like that, are going to work in those fields. And if we want them to be able to have qualified people on the boards and commissions, we need to accept that occasionally they will take employment that might be contrary, that might be with people who might someday have an action before the board and commission when they're on. And I don't see that as a problem as long as they recuse themselves at an appropriate time.
I'm going to take a turn here. Oh, Councilmember Neese, go ahead.
So I think we've all put an equal and great amount of thought into this, and it's unfortunate that we're here where we are. But I have to think, having gone through the testimony and gone through the documents, that we are in an avoidable place in history. We could have avoided where we are just by changing the actions. And I understand there's some focus to talk about the process, that the process might be deficient. But really, I think that it's important that we focus on the behavior. And we've all signed the same code of conduct, the same code of ethics. And it was very clear in the signed code of ethics what was expected to serve on a board or commission or on a city council. And that code of ethics says the purpose of the City of Mercer Island Code of Ethics is to strengthen the quality of government through ethical principles, which shall govern the conduct of the members of the city council and the city's boards and commissions. And they shall not engage in, solicit, negotiate for, or promise to accept private employment or render services for private interests or conduct a private business when such employment, service, or business creates a conflict or impairs the proper discharge of their official duties. And what we saw in the testimony from the commissioner was that not only did she seek out the work, did she contact the landowner, and did she ask for the work and then get the work. But she knew when she did that she was creating a perception of a conflict and that she would recuse herself. And over again in her testimony, she talks about the intent to recuse, and that if any business came before her as a sitting commissioner that affected the town center and that property owner's parcel or parcels, that she would recuse herself. And I don't think that it's going a step too far or a step beyond our duties as a council enforcing a code of ethics to make a statement to the commissioner that we recognize you may not have known, or you may not have understood the gravity of the decisions that were made at that time, but to acknowledge that the behavior was in conflict with the signed statement, and that that's not something that we expect from our commissioners and not something that we expect to continue. The intent of this is to educate, not to punish. And I don't think that it's a punishment to go on record and say that. I do think that it is our duty to the public, having gone through all that we have gone through, to get to the end of that kind of adjudication of the behavior. But I don't think that it needs to be turned into a substantive, this process versus that process and setting a precedent about process. I understand we'll talk about changing the process again later tonight, and I think that's the place for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I would just say, I do think it is important to focus on the process that we are following. You know, this process was set up. I'm sort of unclear as to why we're just willing to sort of set it aside. And Celine, you know, I think to your point about, you know, making sure that everyone's aware of these rules and making this educational opportunity, I could not agree more. You know, why under our next item, number 2, is to do exactly that. That's all I've got for now.
Thank you. I'm going to take a quick turn here. So I think the fact that the next item on our regular business is going to be a discussion about the Code of Ethics amendments and perhaps a way forward in terms of how to process potential changes, you know, indicates that the council as a whole, frankly, recognizes that the current ordinance that we have has some deficiencies. Having said that, though, I view the role of the city council much more narrow than some of my colleagues in terms of deference to the hearing examiner's decision, findings, and conclusions that he reached. And so because of that, I'm going to vote against the motion. So I don't know if there's any other further discussion or whether or not we should just go ahead now and call for a vote on the motion. I don't see anybody out, any other hands?
My hand's up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, Councilmember Jacobson. Yes, go ahead.
Well, the plain fact is that the process that's specified by the statute wasn't followed. And when that happens, then the result is defective. And that's the way it's supposed to work. And furthermore, in this whole thing, there's a matter of Mr. Mayor, of you advising this council or this planning commissioner to do certain kinds of things. And then there was a letter that's sent to the city attorney that's put in the city attorney's files that then never gets to the people who filed the complaint. And this whole thing has smells of being a cover-up. And I'm not willing to support that. And when I signed that code of ethics, I was told that I couldn't raise my hand and take the oath of office until I'd signed it. I read it and I took it very seriously. And as a federal contractor, I'm subject to all kinds of ethical rules, which are much more stringent than these. And as a lawyer, I'm also subject to a whole lot of ethical rules. So I don't see, if the process is flawed, and it clearly is because the hearing examiner didn't do it, didn't follow it, manifestly didn't, and our ethics official simply misstates the law, then I see no other, and the remedy that I've moved for is within our authority to do. I see no reason why we can't do that and move on.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Weicker first, and then I want to respond. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Okay, so I'm not a lawyer and I don't pretend to be one, and I appreciate all of you who are. And I'm going to go back to the legal document that we were sent that says the council may not reject or alter the hearing examiner's factual findings or legal conclusions. And I'm going to go back to Dan Thompson's point that he wanted this to be an education moment, not a punishment. So I think we've all spent a lot of time on this. I think we're all absolutely committed to improving the code and the process so that we can be in alignment. And most importantly, get to the training component, right? So when there's a gray area or people aren't sure where their conflict of interest may be or may become down the road, perception versus reality and legal rules and procedures that we're committed to and that are in our codes. I think we need to honor that and focus on the next agenda bill. So for this one, I'm inclined to follow the hearing examiner's recommendation for the process we set up and the findings that we are bound to through the legal counsel that we hired. And I really think we should look forward and look to how to improve the code and the training and the procedures going forward, because this is taking a lot of time, energy, money, and resources at a time when we have so many other urgent priorities. And ethical conduct is, of course, one of the most important. But I think all of us in public office, whether elected or appointed or on staff, really are doing the best we can. And we have these codes and processes in place for a reason, and getting them right and getting them codified once and for all in this community will serve us all much better. So I'm looking forward to the next discussion on this item.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So let me just quickly respond to some of the comments from Councilmember Jacobson. I certainly was not involved in any cover-up. And so I did have a conversation with the commissioner. This was before any complaint was formally filed. And it was simply to advise her that members of the community were raising issues and that she might consider talking to the city attorney. So that is it. And I sort of take objection to the idea that there was a cover-up. Now, the only question I will ask the city attorney is to basically, again, Councilmember Jacobson, you have mentioned that you thought that the process was not being followed. So I guess, city attorney, can you at least respond to the issue of whether or not the hearing examiner and the ethics officer follow the ordinance as currently drafted in terms of the process?
Mayor Wong, my opinion is that they did. Under your code, you empower the ethics officer to promptly and properly enforce the code of ethics. And, though, I respect your disagreement, Councilmember Jacobson, with his recommendation, it was his, the memo that he submitted was part of his best efforts to provide you with direction and guidance in the deliberation process. And the code clearly states that, he is the person responsible for the enforcement and proper performance of the code. So, I submit that he did both what the code was required and provided his honest opinion and directions for the council.
Okay, thank you. Well, Deputy Mayor Weicker, your hand is up. I don't know again if is that old? Okay, that's old. Jacobson.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't suggest or didn't mean to suggest that you covered anything up. My comment about cover-ups is what appears in this situation to a number of members of the community is that there are irregularities here, and that leads those people to think that there's a cover-up. I didn't suggest that you did, and I have the utmost regard for you personally and for the ethical person that you are. And I want to be just dead bang clear about that on the record. And I admire the difficulty of being a mayor involves. So I want to be very clear about that. And if you took a different impression from it, I apologize for causing that impression to be made, because it was not my intent.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Jacobson, that clarification. So thank you. I appreciate it. Councilmember Neese.
I wanted to ask the city attorney just a quick question about the rights of the council at this point. Does the council have the authority to have an admonition of the behaviors of the commissioner? Should they choose? Is that within our powers?
Yes, it is. You know, your powers, any options within that from the 7 options that are listed in your agenda bill is within your right to do. Now, the code says that your decision will be based on the hearing examiner's decision. So if you believe that based on the hearing examiner's decision that an admonition would be proper, that's within your right to take.
Okay, I mean, again, I go back to the behavior and I look at the signed ethics statement, and the statement, the paragraph that I read was almost 100% disregarded by the commissioner. And I understand Deputy Mayor is calling it a gray area, but the testimony that was provided by the commissioner showed a very heightened understanding of what she was talking about. The question was asked by one of the attorneys, so did you reduce your site analysis to paper or was it oral? The commissioner responded, yes, it was on paper. And actually Mark has shown that. And then we had our title block on it because I wasn't doing anything that was illegal. So she had an understanding of legal versus illegal. And then when she was asked, why didn't you request from the city attorney an advisory opinion whether your work for Ryan Companies was appropriate under the ethics code? So again, talking about the ethics code that I have an issue with, the commissioner said, because frankly, I wasn't aware that I needed to, considering the fact that I wasn't doing anything that was, in my opinion, unethical. And this is where I have a problem. And this is where I think that the council has a duty to take some action, is that you have a commissioner who's showing in her own testimony, in her own words, a very high level of awareness of legality, of ethics, of the actual signed ethics code. And she took her behavior was completely contrary to that. And I don't think an admonishment is a step too far to just say, that's behavior that is unbecoming of a commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, one of the reasons that doing any sort of admonishment makes me very uneasy is because of the process, and that the council did not do our own investigation around this. If we did, there were questions that I had that weren't asked as part of the process that I'd like answers to. But I just don't think it's fair. I mean, I'm sort of unclear. At one point we're sort of hearing how flawed this investigation was and how flawed the process was, but then we're picking pieces of it to say, well, hold on, I think this person did something wrong based on this. I mean, I think my comments probably better for the next conversation. We sort of talk about what we're going to do next, but I don't think we can, you know, change the law or change our process, you know, in the rearview mirror here. So.
Thank you. Well, we do have a motion in front of us. I'm going to, since I don't see anybody else's hand to speak to or against the motion, I'm going to ask the city clerk to call the roll on this particular item.
And Mr. Mayor, before we do, I just want to make sure that I'd like to ask our city clerk to restate the motion so everybody's clear.
Okay.
The motion was made by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Anderall to admonish Commission Member Fabrizio Baroli pursuant to MICC 2.60.070 paren D unparen paren 4 unparen.
Okay. Councilmember Jacobson, did that sound correct as far as the recitation of the motion? You're on mute, Jake. I just want to make sure that what the city clerk read, what is the motion that you made?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, city clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Nay.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
No.
Councilmember Anderall?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Nay.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
And Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Nay.
The vote is 4-3 against.
Okay, and the motion fails. Is there any other motion that any council member wants to make?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move that we accept the hearing examiner's recommendation and dismiss the complaint without penalty.
Okay. There is a specific motion in the agenda, Bill. To read that, or happy to take the one that you just made?
And I can certainly try to find that. One moment.
Tailed again, so I want to make sure we get the full motion here.
Okay. I would like to move to dismiss, oh, shoot, one second. I move to dismiss the August 3rd, 2020 Code of Ethics violation against Planning Commission member Percio Baroli without penalties.
Or a second?
Second, but you should add the word complaint.
Yes, that was meant to say, did I misread that?
You did.
Okay, let me try again. Third try is the charm. Dismiss the August 3rd, 2020 Code of Ethics violation complaint against Planning Commissioner Percio Baroli without penalties.
There's a second. Deputy Mayor Weicker, are you making that second?
Second, yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to dismiss the complaint against the Planning Commissioner Percio Baroli without penalties. Discussion. Councilmember Reynolds, you're the maker of the motion.
I think I said what I needed to say largely before. I'll just repeat and say, we have a process. This is following the process we've defined. We may not like the process, but changing the process is going to be the next item of discussion, and it appropriately belongs there.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak to or against the motion? Councilmember Jacobson.
Well, we didn't follow the process in the statute, and that's very clear. And the commissioner engaged in behavior that's contrary to the oath of ethics that the code of ethics, she signed, just like the rest of us did.
Okay. Any other comments, statements for or against the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the city clerk to call the roll on this motion.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Nay.
Councilmember Neese?
Nay.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall?
I vote no.
And Mayor Wong?
Aye. So the motion passes 4-3. Are folks okay, or do we need to take a break, or should we just move on to the 5802?
May I ask a question before we move on?
Yes.
I'd like the city manager or the city attorney to confirm, now that this is dismissed, does this trigger automatic partial reimbursement of the commissioner's legal fees, or do we need a separate motion for that?
You do not need a motion for that by operation of law. If and when the request for reimbursement is submitted, the city will pay.
Thank you.
We take a 5-minute break.
Okay, we had a request. Let's take a 5-minute break at 7:45 to 7:50. All right, let's go to 7:50. Mute yourself.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we are once again live.
Great. We are returning from a brief recess. We now move to our regular business item number 9, which is Agenda Bill 5802, Code of Ethics Amendment discussion. And to lead that discussion, City Manager Jesse Baum.
Sure. Briefly, before I begin, I just wanted to mention to those of you on the Zoom call and perhaps some of you watching at home, we were having some problems earlier in the meeting with some feedback. It appeared to be coming from my computer. It sounded like I was chattering my teeth or clicking my pen. We have traced it back, we think, to our HVAC system. So now we turned off the heat again for the second meeting in a row. And I am joined, sitting behind me in the room behind me is Councilmember Jacobson, and he's also now freezing. So welcome, welcome to the Polar Bear Club, Councilmember Jacobson.
So we can still hear the rattling.
Yeah, Jesse, we can definitely still hear it.
Might as well turn the heat on.
Exactly.
Thanks.
All right, well, maybe it's not the HVAC. We don't know what the source is. I'll just mention I'm sitting in a different seat, so there could be something going on with the mic or cabling. If it gets that bad, I'll just go home and you guys can finish without me. Okay.
We can hear you.
All right, I'll try again. I apologize for the feedback.
Not getting off that easy.
Let me, oh, come on. Really just a quick, there we go. A quick PowerPoint to tee up this next discussion, which also relates to the Code of Ethics. City Council, as the agenda bill noted, and you certainly referenced in your previous discussion, you have asked me to consider further revisions to Mercer Island City Code Section 2.60 related to the Code of Ethics. What I've attempted to do in this agenda bill is just outline at least a few of the changes we'll be taking a look at in the code, and also some next steps in terms of staff. So given the importance of this work and the impact it has certainly on the 7 of you and all of our boards and commissions, we are going to move this to the top of the priority list and intend to be back in front of you no later than the first meeting in March. With our next discussion, potentially a draft, depending on the feedback I received tonight. The other thing, and I do want to acknowledge, last year, we intended to commence training, Code of Ethics training for all of our board and commission members. The pandemic then hit. We stopped, basically suspended all of our board and commission meetings. Most of them were suspended until this last fall. So we did not complete board and commission member training. We've committed to you, at least verbally in our discussions and here tonight, to proceed with that training. Now, there's an interesting nuance here. My feeling is to go ahead and do the training now, knowing that you still may have a change coming if you decide to amend your code, just because I think it's important to get in front of the board and commissions now. But if you would prefer to do your code amendment work first and then do the training, we could certainly reconsider the sequence. So you might be wondering, how does that work if we change the code? We would just simply go back and do a quick refresher if something changes. So what I'm not going to go over the whole agenda bill. I really wanted to get to the point here. What I'm looking for is some direction tonight. Just so that I'm clear on my work plan, the remainder of January and February before I come back to you in March. What I've included here is 3 motions. The first is directing the city manager to prepare to prepare an ordinance amending chapter 2.60 to include a revision of 2.60.040, which specifically relates to the Code of Ethics statement that's signed. And then the next motion is providing Code of Ethics training to the board and commissioners. I've already spoken about that. And then also a direct request to the city manager to notify all board and commission members within 7 days regarding the availability of informal opinions from the city attorney related to hypothetical circumstances per MICC 2.60060. and to follow up that email with a brief discussion at all of the upcoming board and commission meetings regarding this section of our code. So those are the specific action items that I've identified, certainly with your feedback. And I'm going to stop screen sharing now because you all have this in front of you as an agenda bill, and see if there's anything else that you would like to include tonight.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Jesse, I think for number 3, one thing I'd like to see included would be a some sort of like, confirm receipt, whether it's an email back saying I received this. I just don't want to be in a situation where someone says, oh, I don't check my email or whatever it is. This way we know proactively that everyone is aware that this is not only an option, but something that's encouraged.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderall.
Yeah, thanks. So to be clear, so a question and then a comment. So to be clear, the amendment that's proposed would be to codify that the statements in the ethics statement that we sign are also enforceable in the code, as a violation of which would be an ethics violation.
I didn't go that far because I think I need to come back to you. You need to look at what's in the statement, move it into the code. But right now as you know, there's a disconnect. You sign a statement, it doesn't tie back exactly to what's in our code. So I didn't specify the resolution, Councilmember Andor. I think we need to work on that a bit more.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, and so just for the record, I definitely think it should tie back. If we're being asked to sign it, it has to be enforceable. If it's not enforceable, there's no point in signing it. So that was my question. And then I guess my comment was, we've gotten some feedback from community members, and particularly, I guess specifically Dan Thompson. I saw an email today that went to all council that suggested that it might be productive to consider removing board and commission members from the enforcement, the formal enforcement. They'd still be held to the ethics code, but the process that is undertaken, this whole big long process that's caused everybody cost everybody a lot of hours and emotional tolls on people, that it is perhaps better, because board and commission members serve at the pleasure of council, that this does come back to the lap of the council and not go through the determination of sufficiency and then the referral to a hearings examiner and then having the ethics officer weigh in on whether the hearings examiner's decision is correct. I don't have a set opinion on that right now, but I think it's something worthy of further conversation. So, and I'd just be interested in what my fellow council members might think if they've had a chance to read that email.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
I did read the email, and I think the idea of bifurcating elected officials and city employees on the one hand from volunteers on the other hand makes sense. And precisely that, how all that plays out, I don't know, but I think there are different considerations that apply there. I also believe that in taking a look through this code, it needs more than just the 040 connection. And in particular, the 070, the procedural thing is a mess. And it leads to some of the problems and issues that we discussed just a few minutes ago. And so delineating what powers the hearing examiner does have, and being much clearer about things like evidentiary kinds of things would be, I think, is in order. There are some dispute resolution organizations such as the American Arbitration Association that has been to these rodeos quite a bit and has some very good language, procedural kinds of language, incorporating for simplicity and streamlining and familiarity purposes, some of the things that would apply to litigation, and making clear that there's a higher level of informality in these things. And so that's a place to look to get something that's pretty much tried and true and has got all the wrinkles ironed out of it. I think that the idea that advisory opinions are something that's not only available, but they're desired or that doing it provides the kind of safe harbor that not doing it doesn't. And so we don't have a situation where somebody says, well, you know, I think this is perfectly okay. Okay, if that's what you think, then you got to ride with it. And if the city attorney tells you it's not okay, then, and you violate it, then you're at risk. If the city attorney says, okay, this informal opinion is something you can rely on, then I think that solves the problem about fear, about people, you know, being marooned out on some kind of a desert island without any help, and solves or addresses the problem of that ethics were a disincentive to people serving.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Yeah, Lisa, you know, I think it's an interesting idea. You know, and I think part of my concern here is that, you know, what individuals, I'm concerned that it's going to, you know, I think we've sort of heard this from other folks, is that there's a real potential here for a cooling element on people that volunteering for these positions. You know, like Jake said, they're not elected. You know, I think all of us went through the rigors of a campaign and sort of knew what we were signing up for, but these folks didn't. But I do kind of think the devil's in the details here, where I am sort of concerned about putting the staff in an awkward spot, where they're doing some sort of investigation about board members. And I'm also concerned about putting the council, you know, putting these sort of issues in front of the council as, you know, if you disagree with the decision the planning commission makes, you know, all of a sudden, you know, any sort of ethics committee, you know, ethics issue, you now think is grounds for dismissal. So, you know, it's an interesting idea. I just think we need to have a real conversation around what a new process would look like that would be, you know, fair to everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm just going to take a quick turn here. So dovetailing Councilmember Anral's comments regarding the need, I also agree that there's a need to incorporate or somehow integrate the 2.60.040 into the 0.030. I'm not exactly sure how, but there is that disconnect that needs to be corrected. And then I know staffing issues, Jesse, you can always push back, but I certainly think it hopefully makes some sense. Maybe we should sort of canvass the other nearby cities to see how they are addressing this, whether or not they do this bifurcation that Councilmember Jacobson mentioned, or other ways that they have addressed this. This is obviously the first time that we had first case that we undertook in terms of under the current ordinance. Obviously, we discovered a lot of flaws. And so I just would hope that we can perhaps learn from other cities. If you or a staff member have the opportunity, or if we're using outside counsel to help with the drafting, whether or not they could take a look at what other cities are doing and actually have used in handling ethics complaints. Councilmember Neese.
So I'm the non-lawyer in the bunch, so I think I'll just take it up a level to my kind of tenets of what I'd like to see improved, knowing that staff probably have answers for most of this kind of stuff. I think that there needs to be an intake process that presumes innocence on the front side and really protects confidentiality throughout the process, to the point where there's some sort of formal findings that should be shared publicly. And I think that's really critical. I think there needs to be some clock that can be calibrated around the investigation, and then any consideration and ruling. That's something like a 30 to 60 day clock is what I'd like to see, just so that people are not, people that are implicated in an ethics complaint are not held to such a long turnaround of having an adjudication. Training. There just has to be training everywhere when it comes to the ethics codes, ethics statements, behavior that might be questionable, hypotheticals, all of that, just lots of training. I think that the city needs to designate an ethics resource. I won't go far as officer, but there needs to be a designated city ethics resource that everybody can find readily and knows that they can contact, and they can be talking about ethical issues. It may not be that that person can answer the legal question of an ethical hypothetical, but it's a point of entry and it's a known quantity and it's a resource that's within the city. May not have all the answers, but can get you to the answer. I do think that the process that I observed is way too much horsepower for a commission or a board. I think that we can do that using the city attorney to have a process that's internal, that respects the tenants that I'm talking about, and does it quickly in a way that is fair. I think that in a matter that involves a council member, where the process goes to an outside counsel, the city attorney has to find a role for themselves that makes sure that those processes and proceedings don't get too caught up with themselves, off the rails, that they're adhering to the rules, that if they need interpretation of the code, that they can be provided that interpretation of the code. I think it's just a shame when we have, we try and design a process that is so siloed externally, impartially, with neutrality, that can really go far away from what was the intended process. And if there's somebody, the city attorney, who can provide legal guidance to make sure that it's going where the council's intent was it to go in terms of the process, that might shepherd it along in a more constructive way. Otherwise, you get 3 months, 4 months of work back that here you have a council minority believes wasn't necessarily done correctly. And those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson. Jake, you're on mute.
I'm prepared to make a motion when the comment period's done, so.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, a couple of things I'd like to say. First, I believe it was point 2 and 3 on the city manager's slides about training and the note of the city attorney as a resource are, to me, are absolute no-brainers. Certainly we've got to do that. Secondly, I'd want to comment on Dan Thompson's email from today about that several people have spoken about removing the boards and commissions from the process. I agree with Salim that, or Councilmember Neese, that the current process brings too much horsepower to the table and is too expensive for everybody involved and drags it out far too long for that role. And it's probably appropriately a role for the council to address. It makes me a little bit nervous because there's greater risk of politicizing the process at that point. But I do think it's an idea worthy of consideration. I also think it's very important to standardize the ethics statement that people sign to make it consistent with the code. And I would submit that the easiest way to do that is to make the signed ethics statement be essentially 1 or 2 sentences that says little more than, I have read, understand, and agree to comply with MICC section 2.60 or whatever it is, and have all the requirements further defined only within the code, not within the ethics statement. And I think that's the direction we should probably be heading. That said, I think it's worth looking through the rest of that of 2.60 to see if there's anything else that we've learned from that could be cleaned up or streamlined. And I don't think we should limit our discussion to 2.60.040.
Thank you. Before I go back to Councilmember Jacobson, I guess as a comment for the city manager and whoever might be drafting changes to the ordinance, I just would want you to make sure that when you do draft, you also look at it through the lens of volunteers on the various boards and commissions, because I think Councilmember Rosenbaum mentioned it. It's important that we don't create any kind of barriers or minimize the barriers to volunteerism. I mean, we kind of live and die by our volunteers and we need them. So we want them to be trained, but we also don't want them to be discouraged or concerned that somehow, there's a gotcha moment facing them. And so I just want you to make sure that when you do draft, that you look at it sometimes through the lens of the volunteers. So That's all I have to say. And
Mr. Mayor, just before a motion is put on the table, may I offer some staff comments at this time?
Sure.
I appreciate all the ideas that are shared here tonight, and I'm treating this discussion as such. It's a great kind of debrief, if you will, based on the experience we just had. I do have pretty grave concerns about moving a process to the city attorney's plate. I can tell you right now, it would put us underwater. That doesn't mean we don't do it. It just means that as we work on a revision, there's got to be relief valves, right? Because in many cases, this would not be the top priority for the city attorney. I can tell you right now, we have another matter that's a much higher priority. And if we put time constraints in place, which I fully agree with Councilmember Neese that there needs to be a clock, there has to be a release valve somewhere when the city attorney just can't do the work. And I will tell you, as a best practice, most cities have code of ethics officers. Larger cities have them on staff. We are not a large city. Many others rely on a third party so that the staff are not ever put in a position of having to oversee a code of ethics matter, because remember, your city attorney is your legal advisor to your planning commission, your design commission, your parks and rec commission. So I'm not saying no. I'm saying let's work on it. And I just wanted to plant a seed that, we may need to massage this a little bit more. I do agree. This was a really big process. And it took a lot of staff horsepower, surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly. So that's also not sustainable. And I appreciate you raising that. So I'm hearing you. I have a sense of certainly where we want to go with the revisions. I'll be working on getting somebody, a third party legal counsel to help at this point, given the bandwidth in the city attorney's office. I'm looking at the motions I've drafted. I think motion number 1 needs to be revised. It may just be something, direct the city manager to prepare an ordinance amending chapter 2.60 MICC, period. And I will take into account all the information that was shared here, unless anyone else has another suggestion.
I think that's fine. I mean, it's more general, which gives you a little bit more flexibility. But in terms of drafting, I think perhaps it would be useful in the initial draft that you come back with, whoever's drafting it, comes back with other options. Perhaps when you reference, some people have talked about the city attorney and the role of the city attorney. You're pushing back on that. Perhaps in the draft, we could see what either one looks like.
Yep. I think, look, I want to assure you, this isn't a one and done ordinance. I've talked to some of you about code of ethics experts that are out there that we would likely engage to probably come in and start with a conversation with all of you. We would share a link to this discussion tonight, our current materials. They would perhaps facilitate a discussion with you, maybe even before a draft is prepared. So let's be most efficient with our time and make sure we've captured ideas and options. Right. So that's my intent.
Do you have any other suggested changes to your recommendations? I'm sorry. Any other changes that you want to suggest?
Oh, to the motions, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I mean.
Well, if you want to take them one at a time, I probably have a recommended revision to number 3 based on Councilmember Rosenbaum's feedback.
Okay. So for clarity, let's take one at a time. So Councilmember Jacobson, do you want to go ahead and make the motion regarding item number 1?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I move that the city manager be directed to prepare an ordinance amending Mercer Island Code 2.60. Period.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. So it's been moved by Councilmember Androl and seconded by moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Androl to direct the city manager to draft an amendment to MICC 2.0. Any discussion? Seeing none. City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Councilmember Randall,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds. Is that an aye?
That was a frog in my throat, but yes, it was an aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson, you're on the roll, so how about item?
I move that the city manager be directed to provide code of ethics training for all board and commission members as soon as practicable, but no later than April 2021.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Neese to direct the city manager to provide code of ethics training to all board and commissioners as soon as practicable, but no later than April 2021. Any discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Randall,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum. Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye. Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Thank you. City Manager, do you want to propose
Yep.
a change
Let me tackle a proposed revision to number 3 here. Direct the city manager to send an email notification with a confirmation receipt within 7 days to all board and commission members regarding the availability of informal opinions from the city attorney related to hypothetical circumstances per MICC 2.60.060, and to include this as an item on the next agenda of each board or commission.
Thank you. So instead of reading that, is there a motion to?
I still move.
Second.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Neese. Adopt the direction as stated by our city manager. And City Clerk, did you get that?
I'd like to read it back for the record.
Okay.
Direct the city manager to send an email notification with confirmation receipt within 7 days to all board and commission members regarding the availability of informal opinions from the city attorney related to hypothetical circumstances per MICC 2.60.060, and to include this as an item on the next agenda of each board and commission.
Could we add an of their confirmation of receipt?
Say confirmation of receipt.
Yeah, I mean, that was what I was getting at before. If people disagree, I'm happy to discuss it, but that was sort of what I was getting at before.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson is okay with that amendment. I assume Councilmember Neese, you're okay. Councilmember Reynolds, you have your hand up?
Yes. I'd like to just try to understand the city manager's reasoning of the use of the word hypothetical circumstances, why that's in there. Because if you look back at 260.060, it says to hypothetical circumstances and/or situations solely related to the official making the request. Are you deliberately excluding that second case? And if not, I'd like to have that included as well.
I'll need to ask the city attorney.
There is no issue. I don't have any concerns with including the second part as well. I thought it would be, assume that it would cover both, but for the sake of shortening an already long motion, we just, shorten it, skip that part, but it's all included. It wouldn't matter.
I'm amenable to adding that language, Craig.
Well, this is Lisa. I was thinking that what Bio was just saying is you can take out related to hypothetical circumstances, and then it just says the availability of informal opinions from the city attorney per MICC, et cetera. And then that covers everything that's in MICC 2.60.060.
Yeah, I'd be fine with either one, either strike hypothetical or add specific circumstances.
I think Councilmember Anderall's suggestion is a great one.
Yeah, and that's acceptable to me.
Okay.
Councilmember Neese, do you agree?
Yes,
I
okay.
agree.
Can I read the motion back into the record for everybody?
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
may I ask one more question to see if there needs to be a further friendly amendment? I mean, I assume that under number 2, the training is going to instruct board and commission members to seek these informal opinions as appropriate. And so I don't want to add that to this part of the motion. Is that kind of a safe assumption?
Yeah, the training is assumed to be all-inclusive of the whole code. Item number 3 was specifically to let them know, hey, the city attorney is a resource to you. And to do that swiftly, because it will take us a little bit longer to deploy the training. Some of, I think the Open Space Trust doesn't meet it again until March. So this was a move quickly, make sure that everybody knows this is a resource.
Okay, perfect. I'm fine with this.
Okay, thank you. So we've had a series of amendments, I guess, and everybody seems to be in agreement, but City Clerk, can you read back what you think is the final motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and just a point of clarification to an earlier comment, the Open Space Trust is meeting on January 21.
No, but Deb, I was speaking specifically to our ability to deliver the training. We can't do it this
I'm sorry,
month.
I
We
missed
will
that
have
piece.
to do it in March.
Okay, thank you. Multitasking. So it was moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Neese to direct the city manager to send an email notification with confirmation of receipt within 7 days to all board and commission members regarding the availability of informal opinions from the city attorney per MICC 2.60.060, and to include this as an item on the next agenda of each board and commission.
Great, thank you. I believe that is a correct statement. Reynolds, you still have your hand up. Is that an old hand? Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Great, motion passes. The next item, sorry, a little messed up here. Okay, we now move to, I know, I'm sorry, we jumped around with so many different things. Okay, we now move to item number 10, which is Agenda Bill 5798, first reading of ordinance number 21C-02, use of Mercer Island public property. And for this discussion, we welcome Police Chief Ed Holmes and Sergeant Mike Seifert. Gentlemen.
Good evening, Council. Am I successful in sharing my screen?
Yes, you are.
And it's the PowerPoint, I hope.
Looks good.
Excellent. All right, again, good evening. For the record, Mike Seifert, one of your police sergeants. With me tonight is also Eileen Kiefer, an attorney with Madrona Law. She was brought on by the city as outside counsel to help advise on this proposed ordinance, together with your city attorney, B.O. Park. Eileen has been instrumental in preparing this. And as you said, we also have your police chief, Ed Holmes, here to support with this presentation. We have just a short presentation for you tonight, only 3 slides, highlighting the proposed ordinance that was requested by City Council to be prepared as part of our work plan. Our ordinances regarding the appropriate use of public lands do not address all public lands, as they currently only prohibit parking in or camping in our parks. They also do not fully consider recent court decisions that affect this type of law.
Like you're trailing off.
Hey, Mike, your audio
Hear me
is coming in and out.
The proposed ordinance prohibits camping on all public property, and it takes into account health and safety concerns while also working to preserve public properties for their intended uses. Also, the proposed ordinance complies with current applicable case law that has been developed from recent court decisions. Recent court decisions have sought to ensure that people experiencing homelessness are not being criminalized for what is being described as, the way they quote it, is lacking the means of carrying out the consequences of being human. Basically, what these cases are saying is that it's unconstitutional to impose criminal penalties for actions like sitting, sleeping, or lying on public property when there is no shelter available. Enforcement of the proposed ordinance is suspended for persons that are experiencing homelessness when no overnight shelter is available. And I do want to say that even with that specific suspension, the intent of our department's officers in these situations is to work with people experiencing homelessness to connect them with services and resources when possible. We understand that while enforcement will be necessary at times, ideally we seek to find long-term solutions for all Mercer Island residents and their visitors. And for the last slide, in December, City Council unanimously to authorize funding of the Human Services Funding Collaborative and Eastside Shelters. This group has a multitude of assistance and services that are offered to people in our area, including a family shelter, a youth shelter, a women's shelter, and a men's shelter. And for the purposes of determining the availability of overnight shelter as defined in the ordinance, our department will be contacting these shelters on a case-by-case basis. And with that quick intro, we'll open up for questions.
Thank you, Sergeant. You stop your sharing, I guess I'll see. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Hard to believe that there's no questions. Oh, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yes, thank you for this. And I want to thank Councilmember Jacobson for pulling this together for us. I understand he did the legwork over the summer and fall. So thank you, Jake, for helping us get this moving. So my question is about the enforcement and violations. So a fine of not more than $1,000 or imprisonment not to exceed 90 days. Is that a best practice? Is that, tell me a little bit about how we got to that part of this.
And for that, Eileen just arrived on screen here, so that's probably better for her to answer. I'll let her take that one.
Great. Thanks, Eileen. Hi.
Hi, good evening. Deputy Mayor, that is really, it's a best practice. This ordinance was benchmarked pretty extensively with other cities in Washington, and almost across the board, that's what you see is this level of fine and this period of imprisonment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Do we have any data available on trying to gauge the reasonableness of our $10,000 contribution to the Human Services Collaborative, I believe it was called, something to that effect, or other cities making in terms of their contribution to organizations like that that support shelters?
In the purview of how I've prepared for this, that was just kind of a partnering piece. I'm not sure what other cities have done and if maybe somebody in the city could speak to that better than I can.
Good evening, Council. This is Chief of Administration Allie Speets. I did work with Youth and Family Services staff to determine levels of funding that other cities have participated in, and around 10,000 to 15,000 is the amount that most other jurisdictions are contributing annually to the collaborative.
Okay, Councilmember Nice.
So close to violating the talk while mute there. I want to first ask the sergeant: Is this the law that you need? Is this what you need to go out in the community and to help the folks that are experiencing homeless? Does it have all the support mechanisms that you need to do your job to ensure public safety and to make sure that people that are experiencing homeless have a place to go?
That's a question to answer. Philosophically, I would say that using law enforcement as an answer to homelessness and some of the issues that are causing people to need to camp in public spaces is probably not best practices. So it's probably a much deeper question or answer to that question than what law enforcement alone can do.
Gotcha. And to Ally, the 10,000 amount that you benchmarked, I would just ask, is that it's so hard to find where everybody is here. We've obviously checked that that's enough to get to meet the needs of what we expect to be directing towards those organizations, and that if that didn't meet the needs of what we needed directed, that would come back to us, I assume.
Absolutely, yeah. We've put in 10,000 for both years in this biennium, but if it is not the right amount, we can always come back to the council to amend that. And then, of course, when we do budget preparation in the fall of 2022, we would revisit that amount for the next biennium.
Thank you.
I'm going to take a turn. Thank you, Sergeant, for the presentation. You did, or in your presentation, you mentioned that if you came across somebody who was camping, that you folks would then contact the shelters that are part of this partnership to see if they had any available shelters to which the person could go. And I guess I'm just curious how far, or I mean, maybe this is a question for the attorney, Eileen, how far or what steps does the city need to take in order to make that determination of the availability or the non-availability of a shelter?
We have discussed procedurally that if this is adopted as written, that with the partnership we have with the East Side Collaborative, there are 4 specific shelters within that East Side, and that would be what we would consider our, for lack of a better term, jurisdictional shelters. So those would be the 4 shelters that we would use to determine whether or not there is shelter available.
And Mayor
yes.
If I could add on to that, just the case law doesn't give us any guidance as to what is available shelter. So really, until we have more case law on that front, every city just has to make its own decision as to what it can consider available, and have a good cause to support that decision. I will say the definition contained in the draft ordinance, again, benchmarked against what other cities are doing, both on the East Side and throughout Washington.
I know Deputy Mayor Weicker has a question, but let me have a follow-up on that. So if we do determine that there is a shelter that is available for this individual, how does that individual get there? Is that something, do we transfer?
Well, that's something I can speak to. Historically, whenever our officers are available to a city, even if it's something like a courtesy transport, we have been able to do that. The location of the East Side shelters should make that very doable.
Okay.
The current staffing levels that we have.
Great, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, I'm just curious which cities those resources are in, and if we would use Seattle as a backup if those shelters are at capacity. Like, what's Plan B?
These shelters are, let me find my shelter list here. We call it the East Side for lack of a better term. I believe it's Redmond and Kirkland. And maybe Bellevue for one of the other ones. But as far as, there's 2 aspects, I think, to that question. There's one, what shelters are we using to provide services? And the intent of the officers is always going to be to connect anybody with any services that they're willing to accept that are available out there. But as far as determining if overnight shelter is available, I think having a set of shelters, which is what these 4 shelters provide us with the partnership that we have with them, those would be the kind of 2 different issues to deal with there. One, we might have resources available in Seattle, but reaching into Seattle is not what we were thinking for doing as part of determining whether or not this ordinance would be enforced.
Right. My point was just if the East Side shelters get full, that we do have additional regional solutions and regional efforts to try to address homelessness. So thank you for the prioritized list of where we'd go to help folks suffering from homelessness.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, I'm just curious, the preamble to this, to the ordinance, states that the city has experienced increased use of its parks and public spaces for camping and the storage of personal property. I'd just like to have a better understanding of how serious this problem is. To what extent do we have any data on how often this is happening right now?
Realistically, speaking with in order to prepare this ordinance and ask what the issues are that we're currently dealing with, I've spoken with the patrol officers, the patrol sergeants that are currently working the road. And they say realistically, we have about 4 individuals that we deal with on a very specific, consistent basis that are staying in the parks or using public spaces. And then we have, I think it's about 6 or 7 that are within vehicles on the island that are consistently coming into contact with the officers.
And how is that group of 4 or 6 or 7, are they being dealt with now?
I'd say it's case by case. Usually we come in, it depends on what the nature of the contact is. If it's somebody who has called us out for a reason because they've come into contact, or if somebody's in a park bathroom after hours, it really has depended on a case by case basis.
Councilmember Reynolds, do you have any follow-up question or?
I have a number of them, but I was going to wait my turn. I'll do one more now if you'd like.
I'll give you one more shot. I have one question. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I got the answer from the city attorney today, but I just want to have him to answer it for the entire council as well. Bio, can you comment on the cost that would be incurred from housing people if they were arrested under this?
Absolutely. If we are the jurisdiction who's making so the arrest for someone violating this ordinance, the cost of associated with incarceration or the processing would be on the city.
And I can't recall offhand the cost under our contract, but is it on the order of $100 a day? Can someone remind me?
Mike, would you know that answer?
I don't specifically have it. It's dependent on where the incarceration takes place. But for the contract that we have with Issaquah, I believe it is about $100 a day, but that's off by a little bit, I'm assuming.
So if we were to arrest...
I'm sorry, I think, if my recollection is of the new ILA that we entered into, it's in the range of $200.
Okay, so if it's $200 a day and we put somebody in for 90 days, we're looking at $18,000 every time we arrest somebody for this.
Well, that's the maximum hypothetical, Councilmember Reynolds.
Correct, and we realize that the judge is up to 90 days, and maybe that would be not routine, but at least there's the potential for that.
That's correct, yes. If it's a case where, for whatever reason, the judge feels that it is proper to sentence the individual for the maximum, yes, that would be along the lines of what the cost of the city would be. Now, the cost of the city, I should add and clarify, is the cost is borne by the city because this is a misdemeanor. This is not a felony where the state and county would come in and prosecute and take responsibility of the enforcement. Since this is a misdemeanor, it is upon the city to bear the cost of enforcement.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
I think one thing to bear in mind about this ordinance and its thrust is that it's intended to get people who are unable to have residences for themselves, let's put it that way, other than on public property, to be connected with shelters and hopefully get some help, because many of these people have problems. The idea isn't that we lock people up and throw away the key. It is to be able to channel people to institutions which have some capacity, query how much, but certainly more than sitting in a jail, to use the shelter facilities and the things that the shelters have to offer. And I think it gives our police a direction about what we expect to have done in the respect that we have for individuals' rights. So if there's no shelter space available, people aren't subject to arrest. It also addresses public safety concerns of people who would, but for this ordinance, be staying in public properties for an infinite period of time, and who certainly are in a position to be of concern to citizens of the island and fear. And in the course of listening to a lot of constituency, there is fear out there. And this, I think, is one way of dissipating that, knowing that there's a procedure to deal with it, and we're going to send people to places that where they can get help. And if the people don't want to get help and say, I'm not going to any shelter, then they have made a decision to opt into the justice system.
Okay. I'm going to take a quick turn here. And so I guess, Sergeant, and again, also maybe Eileen, the question I would have is that obviously, we're trying to provide the police with tools in order to address the needs of these individuals who are homeless. And I guess, as a practical matter, how does the police determine that somebody is homeless, I guess, who then is afforded the protections under this law? And so, is that something you can at least discuss? Or?
From the police perspective, and correct me, Eileen, if I'm wrong, but one of the easiest ways we do is just ask. And when you contact somebody, it doesn't hurt to ask flat out, hey, do you have somewhere to stay? Or and they'll tell us. Most people aren't gonna hide that fact. So sometimes the easiest answer is the most effective.
Okay. I'm just thinking in terms of somebody who might be, well, and that's fine. I think that's certainly a practical and presumably covers most of the situations. The other one I had, and I think I shared this or sent this on to you and also to the chief, was simply, and maybe it's just me being a nitpick, on the definition of vehicles. It's probably read broad enough to include boats on trailers, but I just, not that I envision a bunch of boats being parked in the right of way, but is the language broad enough to cover that situation? Maybe this is something for Eileen to weigh in as.
Yeah, this is definitely a me question. We've crafted that definition really broad. I wouldn't have any heartburn about enforcing this ordinance to a boat on a trailer. To me, that almost feels like two vehicles for the price of one. But we can certainly add that definition in for extra clarity. And certainly appreciate the extra eyes, because this was, I will tell you from a drafting perspective, this is kind of a difficult, what about this, what about that? So we could certainly add that definition if we have council consensus.
Again, I might be even nitpick. I'm not sure if I'm going to see anybody's thumbs up, thumbs down on that issue. But anyway, I think the fact is, if you think it's broad enough, maybe that's good enough. I mean, that's no sense adding more words than you have to, I think. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, just on the vehicle issue, I know that the ALPR cameras are capable of assisting in these efforts. Are we utilizing that functionality yet?
I am not fully in on that project, but I know the cameras have been added, and there is a call it a collaboration and training and getting them calibrated for the vehicles part that's still taking place. I don't know if they're fully functional as of yet.
And I guess a follow-up on that would be, under section K here, there doesn't appear, it says for any period of time. Can someone, how is that going to be enforced? I mean, if I've got my car on the side of the road and I've got a flat tire, my car is immobilized for a period of time.
And again, Eileen, I'll ask you to help me out on this one.
Sure, and I'll defer obviously to Chief and Mike on operational, but how I've heard of this on in other jurisdictions is towing vehicles that are not operational if they are in violation of the camping ordinance.
No, I understand that piece. I mean, how are you determining how long is too long? That's my question.
Oh, That's a great question. Thank you for clarifying. So the ordinance does not say you get 4 hours free, 8 hours free. There's not a designated period of time. It's about using certain facilities in a way to facilitate staying overnight. And so I would imagine that, you know, if Mike gets a call or one of the officers on patrol gets a call, they're going to be looking for somebody sleeping in their vehicle. They're going to be looking for bedding in the vehicle, that type of thing that indicates that it's being used as a place of habitation overnight for the purpose of staying overnight, as opposed to a certain length of time.
So I guess just to follow up, one thing we might need to talk about is signage in some of our public places to make some of these things more clear. And I'm thinking about the Tully's lot, for example, as I've been cars there. I've been there for. I drive by there. I feel like I see the same cars all the time. So.
Sure, and then I would also point out too that there would be a distinction between vehicles that are occupied and unoccupied. If you have a vehicle that's lawfully parked, now I'm sure that something that's parked for weeks on a time is probably going to be falling afoul of one, parking restriction or another. But let's say you have a car that's unoccupied for, a couple of days, and that's allowable under the city code. That's not going to fall afoul of this ordinance. But a person sleeping in their car for those 4 days would certainly fall afoul of this ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson. Jake, do you have another? You're on mute.
I'm having a hard time today on this computer. It's all the computer's fault because it's not mine. I'm prepared to make a motion when comments completed.
Great, thank you. Can I just ask one quick question? I did ask this earlier, and this is on the last section regarding the adoption of rules, regulations, administrative policies, whatever. And so can you just discuss that? What does that involve? And I understand that City Council will not have a role as far as reviewing that. So I just want to have some clarity.
Mayor Wong, are you referring to the email question you asked earlier about the City Council's role in setting police procedures?
Yeah, just a matter of clarity and just make sure that the public understands.
Well, I'll state it simply and maybe with a complete lack of grace, but the City Council does not have a role in establishing police procedures. Your role is regarding policymaking. I am more than happy, though, and I indicated in my response to you today, if any of you would like to speak with Chief Holmes or other members of his team, we'd be more than happy to discuss procedures with you.
If I might jump in, Mr. Mayor, for the record, Ed Holmes, your police chief. Just rest assured, the policy and procedures we have will certainly follow this ordinance. I mean, it is meant to follow and support the decisions the council makes regarding this ordinance. So rest assured, know that the ordinance you finally adopt, if one should be adopted here, will certainly be supported by procedures from the police department that fall in line with the ordinance.
Thank you for that clarification. For the record, City Manager, that was done with a lot of grace.
Well, Chief Holmes closed it off there. Thank you, Chief.
But I think I just want to make sure that people understand the role of the City Council relative to.
No, thank you for asking.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Andrew.
Thanks. Just a technical question, and I noted in an earlier draft that we had seen there was some severability language in the statute or in the new ordinance, that if any provision were deemed to be unlawful, other provisions would survive. And I think it's been deleted from this draft. I haven't looked at the draft ordinance in a couple of days, but is there an opportunity to kind of look at putting some of that language back in, or revised language to the same effect? My understanding is that's pretty standard language in an ordinance. So I just wanted to follow up on that, or ask that be followed up on between now and the second reading.
Severability language.
I think that language is there. It's got section 2, severability.
Section 2.
Oh, okay. Did I miss it? I thought it had been taken out.
Yeah, page 4, section 2.
Eileen, did you want to?
Yes, I think Councilmember Anderl, I recall the language you're discussing. BO and I had a conversation about taking that out, and frankly, we had some concerns about that given the Martin v. Boise decision. But that certainly is something we can take another look at and give another thought to in between first and second readings. This is the exact issue, type of thing why we wanted to take 2 readings on this and not rush our way through it. So we'll certainly take that under advisement and give you advice.
Councilmember Andrew, is that what you're you're referring to the conflicts section of the proposed ordinance?
Yeah, right. I think that's the better way.
Not the severability, but the conflicts. Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
So yes, we will look at that again and provide the council with, different language or possibly different language if we find that something that meets the requirements of case law can be drafted.
Okay, super. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, for clarification, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, I see your hand raised. But for clarification, can you just provide the background for that issue that Councilmember Anderl raised?
Yes, it was a provision in the code, the draft code, that stated that if there was a conflict between terms, sections, or provisions in the proposed chapter versus a already existing part of the Mercer Island City Code, then the most restrictive provision would apply, and therefore, that the portion that stated that the most restrictive portion would apply could implicate, sort of the balance that we're trying to strike here to be compliant with Martin v. Boise, because we don't know exactly what all the provisions in the rest of the code that may conflict now or in the future with this proposed chapter. So,
thank you.
What's the context?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to give Chief Holmes an opportunity to close us out with this discussion, because I've heard him speak poetically about compliance and compassion about maintaining public health and safety in our public spaces and parks. So, Chief, if I can put you on the spot for 1 minute to just wrap it up, I think your perspective on the big picture here and the path forward would be useful for all of us to hear.
Yeah, certainly happy to speak to that. So I know Sergeant Seifert mentioned this earlier on, and it is something that we as a department truly do hold dear, is recognizing people, respecting their constitutional rights, and having an approach to our policing that includes and incorporates an element of compassion and mercy. And again, I realize those are 2 words not often heard in policing circles necessarily, but that is something we're very aware of. None of us want to go out and enforce this ordinance. It's not our first desire. Mike mentioned we really do want to connect people to resources. And I think that's been sort of the initial goal of this. When people are in need of some help, we really do want to be able to provide that for them. And so, we've talked about, well, at what point do you enforce the ordinance? And really, I can say, if someone has received a citation or, I guess, an arrest, you need to know that that would not be the first time we contacted the person, likely not the second time. We won't take enforcement action until there's repeated issues here, because we really do understand that people, they need help. And so we want to get them the help they need. If there are other crimes, if they're doing something else associated, we contact them. They happen to be homeless, but they're also committing some other crime. That's a different story. But if it's simply the fact that they don't have any place else to sleep and they're on public property somewhere, we are not interested in trying to start out our contact by enforcing this ordinance. It's far more from the area of trying to get them connected to the resources, because as Mike said earlier, law enforcement, we serve a role in this larger picture of people experiencing homelessness. But this is a social justice issue that goes far beyond the police department, and I think everybody here recognizes that. So the role we do play is trying to get people connected to the resource, and hopefully whatever resources in the shelter that they can connect with helps them get on their way to more permanent housing. So that really is sort of at the heart of our police department. Our approach to this topic is really trying to get people the help they need. And if you ever hear that we wrote someone a ticket or had to make an arrest, I'm happy to pick up the phone and ask me. You'll hear me say it was after multiple attempts to get them to connect with resources. But then at some point, if they continue to refuse that, at some point, we have an ordinance, I guess, there's a reason we have the ordinance. And at some point, they may not give us much of a choice, but to have to take enforcement action. But again, at the risk of overemphasizing this, it is not our initial approach. It's not our initial desire to start with that by any means.
Thank you. I know we live in a compassionate community, and I certainly appreciate your words, Chief, and that of the Sergeant in terms of how this ordinance might be implemented and enforced. And so thank you for showing that compassion. Councilmember Jacobson, are you ready to make a motion? I don't see anybody else's hand up right now.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move that we set our ordinance number 21C-02 for a second reading and adoption on February 2, 2021.
Mayor, may I interrupt just a second? Just a clarification, because staff received an inquiry from Councilmember Jacobson asking to make amendments, certain amendments to the proposed draft between now and the second reading. I missed the discussion here, but Councilmember Jacobson inquired about expanding what constitutes public property. If that's something that Councilmember Davis, you still want to pursue, I believe we need direction from you at this point.
Okay, and the issue I raised, there are some technical items that I saw in the bill that I suggested correction, and I discussed with Eileen and our and BO a couple of things, some having to do with the issue of conflicts and figuring out ways to not put ourselves in a position where we've created an ambiguity that then dilutes the enforceability of our ordinance. The one thing that I suggested, and which I didn't bring it up because I thought I was taking a different course, but is that the definition of public property include all public property on Mercer Island, because we have, or excuse me, let me rephrase that. All property in Mercer Island that's owned by the city, owned or operated by the city, or by another governmental entity. For example, Aubrey Davis Park is owned by the Department of Transportation. The boat launch is owned by the Department of Transportation. We have some other instances where, a school district, for example, owns a lot of public property. And so the idea was that if we included all of that property, then there wouldn't be people taking and saying, well, we can camp in Aubrey Davis Park because it's not owned by the city, maybe operated by the city, or we can go camp on the boat launch or other areas. In other words, to remove ambiguities that would deter uniform enforcement by our forces. And I think outsiders probably don't realize the property we have. Park and Ride is another example. Sound Transit's facility is another example, because Sound Transit does not police either one of those things. And so I'd suggest that the city attorney and Eileen, and that was in the mill for them to think about, and I don't know how they've come down on it, but I made that suggestion last Thursday or Friday, I think, or at some point after this thing first hit the agenda packet.
Councilmember Jacobson.
If that's the direction from the council, we can certainly, we're prepared to make the needed edits to the proposed ordinance to include in the definition of public property, property that's owned by other governmental agencies.
And I'll just chime in here for the benefit of the council. The staff supports expanding the definition of public land to include all publicly owned property. So we would need to work on that between first reading and second reading.
You want to just do a quick thumbs up? I think it's a good change.
Do I see 1, 2, 3, 4? Yes, okay.
Okay.
The other item, just, and Bio, thank you for catching this before we did the motion. Mayor Wong sent a few edits to us that are really immaterial, changing a couple whereases and fixing a typo, which we will also correct in the second version. So we'll get that taken care of as well.
Well, do you want to add my vote and trailer or?
Yeah. Did we get consensus for?
No, I don't think so. Well, I don't know. Is there any consent? Thumbs up, thumbs down on the boat and trailer.
Boat and trailer.
Come on, give me a break, people. Okay, there's enough. All right, throw it in there.
And then Councilmember Anderl, we agreed to also review the conflicts language and make sure we report back to all of you on that as well.
Okay, so
now I think
we have a motion, right?
So you want me to amend the motion, Mayor, to be a little bit, include those items so that the record's clear?
We're fine. Actually, Councilmember Jacobson, we're fine since this is a first reading, just taking your consensus to the second reading.
Motion. I'm sorry, who made the second? Is there a second?
The second by Councilmember Anderl.
The second, okay, thank you. So the motion's been made by Councilmember Jacobson, seconded by Councilmember Anderl to move this to a second, ordinance to a second reading and adoption on February 2, 2021. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Nay.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye. Okay, motion 661.
Thank you, Eileen.
Thank you very much, Eileen, and also the Sergeant Seifert and Chief Holmes. I'm going to press on if anybody has any objections. So we have the last item of regular business, which is Agenda Bill 5800, the King County Planning Policies Growth Target Update Process. And we welcome interim CPD Director Jeff Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, Council. Last but not least on the agenda here this evening, it appears. This evening to help support the conversation, perhaps at some point, is our Deputy Director, Allison Van Gorp in CPD. Welcome, Allison. And what I'd like to do here, this is scheduled as a discussion for City Council. It's been a long night. You've had a lot of different discussion and dialogue on a wide array of subjects. So I'd like to take just a few quick minutes to fly over of the content primarily in the agenda bill with a few minor supplemental information and then turn it back over to the council for discussion. So this is a follow-up to the January 5th presentation from King County on the growth target, countywide planning policy and growth target update. We are truly in the first phase of the next required periodic update for the comprehensive plan, which is due by the end of June 2024. That periodic update is for a 20-year planning period, which will go from 2024 to 2044. And there are a number of components that go into this first phase for the periodic update. The first one already occurred and was completed last year, the adoption of Vision 2050 in the fall. The completion for King County and cities within King County, the completion of the urban growth capacity study, which our understanding is currently it is due, the results of that are due in February, here in a few weeks. And then, of course, the completion of the countywide planning policies updates, which includes the growth targets that we're going to discuss here in a few minutes, and those are due in June. So these growth targets, which we spend a lot of time talking about housing growth targets, but keep in mind they also include employment or jobs growth targets as well. They truly serve as, you know, one of the core foundations for the periodic updated comprehensive plan. We get those targets, and, you know, a lot of what drives the discussion and, you know, the formation of policies and goals and work programs and so forth is centered around being able to plan for those targets. To determine how these targets are derived and ultimately allocated, King County has established regional geography caucuses that have essentially cumulative fixed outcomes. So think of it as a pie. Each regional geography caucus gets a pie, and the pie as a whole, it's 1.0, right? What happens is the members that are assigned to those caucuses will each take roughly varying size slices of that pie. So the whole still equals 1.0, but the members will all take, you know, a percentage of to maintain that 1.0, and that's how the growth targets get allocated. Mercer Island, we are in the high capacity transit regional geography caucus, along with 6 other cities, as well as 3 planned annexation areas in King County. And the size of the whole pies in the high capacity transit group caucus is 29,950 residential units and 28,750 jobs. Those numbers are fixed at this point. So the size of the pie isn't going to change as a result of any regional geography caucus. It's up to the members within those caucuses to figure out how the pie gets cut up and the slices are allocated, if that makes sense. To date, Mercer Island staff have advocated for the low end of the ranges that have been modeled by King County using a handful of different methodologies. So in the agenda bill, there were the high point and the low point of the methodology results to date were provided in the agenda bill. So the lowest end of those ranges is where Mercer Island staff have been advocating on behalf of the city in this regional geography caucus for the high capacity transit communities. The basis for doing that is really twofold. First is that it's consistent with the city's public comments and public record comments during the Vision 2050 process that occurred. And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, is that it's a lot easier to scale up in these situations and scale down. So if I went to the next regional geography caucus meeting for the HCT communities and said, hey, you know, I talked with the Mercer Island City Council and they really want to target the high end of the ranges in housing and employment, I can guarantee you you'd have 9 other jurisdictions sitting there that would be extremely happy to hear that and say, please scale up, as opposed to coming out and trying to do the opposite. Let's see here. The preliminary range placement discussion using high, mid, and low indicators was actually completed at the most recent caucus discussion, which took place after you received the presentation from King County. It took place late last week. So what happened was we went through this exercise, the 10 jurisdictions last week, and we were asked based on a high, mid, low position statement to make a preliminary indicator of where the staff that were on that call thought their jurisdictions were going to land. Some jurisdictions had a little bit more accurate information because they had the opportunity just with their timing of council meetings to speak with their council at least once. So they gave, you know, some color that came from their city councils. Others, such as Mercer Island, again, we've been taking the position of advocating low, and we maintained that position last week. I can tell you, based on going through that exercise and using, again, the high, the mid, and the low numbers from the ranges on the methodology results, the employment pie for the high capacity transit caucus group is very close to being satisfied as the whole pie. So Mercer Island came out low, Shoreline, for example, came out high. A number of other jurisdictions kind of were more mid-range. There were a few other in the low range with Mercer Island, Newcastle, Woodinville, for example. But when you add all those up, based on where we came out with a high, mid, or low declaration or indicator, the entire employment pie, the 28,750 jobs, could be very close to being satisfied. Over on the housing side, not quite there. It was about 90% accounted for. So there's going to be some more work to do on that. And that's whether or not there are changing positions based on direction from elected officials in the different jurisdictions. So with all that said, our short-term goal here with the Mercer Island staff and yourselves, the City Council, and this could be this evening or this could be on February 2nd, we'd like to have the City Council provide staff direction on its desire for range placement using that similar high, mid, or low approach that we went through at the HCT caucus meeting last week. I believe it was Councilmember Reynolds and I had a short email exchange this morning, and I did make the comment to him in the email that if all of you are of similar mind on where you think Mercer Island should be advocating within the ranges, this could be a very short conversation or this could be a very long conversation. So with that, Mayor, I think I'll turn it back over to you, and hopefully that gives you a little bit of foundation to have some discussion here this evening.
I'm on mute, sorry. Thank you, Jeff. I'm now unmuted. Councilmember Anderall.
Hi, thanks, Jeff. Thanks for that presentation. I have a couple of questions. So are the jobs, I mean, I guess the housing units have to be just kind of an increase over where we are right now, but because housing units are kind of set, right? They're kind of fixed, but jobs are really fluid. I mean, a town could lose 500 jobs and then gain 700. And would we be only 200 to the positive, or how does that work? So that's question number one. And
sure.
Then question number two is, are there penalties for non-compliance once your allocation is set?
So let me answer question number two first, going in reverse order. So there are penalties for non-compliance if you fail or refuse to plan under the requirements of growth management. I am not an attorney, but I do know, having gone through similar conversations in other places, jurisdictions that plan under growth management, there could be potentially withholding of funding from the state. There's ineligibility for state grants, and there's a handful of other things as well. So we do want to be good partners to the region and to the county and to the state to ensure that we are complying under growth management. These are the numbers that we have to plan for in the next periodic update of the comprehensive plan. Okay, you're not penalized if you go through. Council member, we'll never go through unless the legislature extends out the time between periodic updates to be 20 years or more. We'll never go through a full planning period and see through those targets for a 20-year time, because we are on this rolling cycle, this continuous cycle. It used to be 7 years and currently it's 9 years where we have to go and do a periodic update to the comprehensive plan with resetting those targets. So yes, if we just flat out refusing to update our comprehensive plan under the tenets of growth management and the countywide planning policies, there are potential penalties to the city that the state could enact. There's probably a lot of process that has to happen before it gets to that point, but I think you understand that. Back to your first question, That's actually a really good question, your first question, because I actually brought this up on Mercer Island's behalf at the last caucus meeting, which was, hey, Mercer Island has actually had a fair number of jobs lost from on island with, an office building, being shut down and being repurposed and so forth. And this isn't something where, just at a snap of a finger or a flip of a light switch, Mercer Island's going to just repopulate all those jobs that have been lost, plus, achieve that growth target for that 20-year planning period. And people understand that. People get that, our urban landscape changes, and we do have uses that do come and go. So, and uses that change entirely. So we will have a jobs target. To be a slice that pie of the 28,750. And people also recognize that there have been jobs that have left the island recently with those changes in use and so forth, changing landscape.
Right, so thanks. So is the target, whatever our slice of the pie is, let's say it's, over the next 20 years, 2,000 jobs. Mm-hmm. Is that net or gross?
So that's net based on the point in time, the data point that the county has used to run their methodologies.
Which is 2018.
Which is 2018, I believe, that's correct.
Right, but that's not realistic right now because we lost a ton of jobs in 2020. So they expect us to recover all the jobs we lost in 2020 plus grow. I mean, how do we push back against that sort of an unrealistic, what I believe to be an unrealistic expectation?
They expect us to plan for that number. So essentially, we need to demonstrate that we have the capacity to be able to in, I guess, 100% world, achieve those targets over a 20-year period. That's the task in front of us for the periodic update to the comprehensive plan, is to show that we properly planned for achieving those targets over a 20-year period. The reality, just to be frank, the reality of jurisdictions hitting those targets on a 20-year period are, to a degree, they're ambitious, and certainly hitting them on the current 9-year cycle is super ambitious. In fact, I don't think you've seen that anywhere with any jurisdiction, whether it's housing or jobs.
We have some other council members. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. My colleagues might not have seen it. I posed a question to Jeff this morning, just trying to better understand what a housing unit is. And Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you said for the purpose of this conversation, a 5-bedroom house is considered a housing unit in the same manner that a studio apartment is. Is that right?
It is. And those differentials get baked into the methodologies, recognizing differentials in zoning. Higher density zoning will produce, in general, smaller units. Lower density zoning will produce larger units. So at some point during all that math, the average of the average comes about, and which is how we get population projections that come down from OFM through Vision 2050 to the county, and then there's a conversion along the way into housing units so that we can have the conversations that we're having now with the caucus groups and with the planning policy updates.
So the question I have is similar to what Councilmember Andrew asked about, is around compliance, where obviously unless we go out and purchase property and build an apartment building that the city owns, what the council can do is really set policies that would enable us to meet these goals. But how is that evaluated? I mean, for example, we have properties that are TC5 zone now that are not sort of, built to their complete potential. If you say, all right, if everything is built to the maximum under the zoning, how is that factored in? I mean, I'm trying to understand how we're sort of graded here, in terms of compliance.
Yeah, so again, it gets back to the exercise of being able to demonstrate that we have planned to be able to do that. So the capacity study that's due out in February is going to go a long ways towards answering some of those questions, council member. Unfortunately, it's been running a little bit behind in terms of getting the results to the jurisdictions. So we've taken a little bit of a concurrent approach here with discussing growth targets while we're waiting for the capacity study to be completed. But what you'll see is when the capacity study results are finally available for us to discuss and take a look at, you're going to have jurisdictions that are going to show they either have existing capacity to take on prospective growth targets or they're not. And if they don't, then that gets to a conversation about needing to look at zoning, comprehensive plan land use map and zoning changes to then support the differential between slices of the pie, growth targets, and the existing capacity in each community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson. Jake, you're on mute.
There we go. To cut to the chase on this, it's my strong feeling we should be going low for a variety of reasons on both those targets. Although I would say that I understand the cram down methodology that's going on here, but the basis for doing it, when we listen to those two people who didn't take into account a wholly different economy that we have now, and they base the assumption on somebody's going to flip a switch, it's going to go back. Well, let me tell you about employment. I'll bet we were a net gain in employment over what we were on January 1, 2000. I can give you an example. I'm employed by Osborne Construction Company with offices in Redmond. My place of employment is now Mercer Island. That's true with Amazon. It's true with Microsoft. So a whole lot of people are going to be working from home, not just until March or April, until everybody's got a shot. A lot of companies, mine to some degree included, have said, you're going to work from home, infinitely. We don't have any plans to bring you back because we don't need to. And so, I think that, and the employment thing, I think is just a fool's errand, but I think we're going to be just fine because you're going to find people are working from home. And so they're employed on Mercer Island, and our employment is going to grow. The more Amazon grows, more people are going to live on Mercer Island who work for Amazon. And so the thing is insubstantial in my view, but be that as it may, I'm all for going low for a variety of reasons. Number one, we don't have a lot of room to have large employers other than the Farmers building. And the Farmers comes online or if brand companies brings a tenant in there, we'll have a whole lot of employees probably. They have to have 550 parking spaces according to code, I think. And times that I've met with their principal here, they want to fill it to overflowing with people, and probably in a tech industry. Second of all, the real estate is so expensive that it's going to be very difficult for people to build multifamily, which is about the only way that we're going to get out of the residential slice of the pie. So I'm all for going low. And one final reason is our infrastructure. We've got a lot of aging infrastructure, and we are limping along, in my opinion, not because people are bad or anything else, but it's a real resource issue. And taking on lots more population and stuff is going to overtax what's already an overtax system. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
A little slow here, I apologize, but I'm not understanding the plan for jobs. Are you saying that we just have to have zoning that has capacity for a certain amount of square footage of office space that translates to a certain number of jobs based on our models?
Yeah, it's Alice might be able to help me with this a little bit. It's a per square foot per job. So it gets back to zoning, just like you zone for density. You have to zone for within your zoning and your development standards, a certain amount of total square feet available within your jurisdiction, and then one job per X number of square feet gets you how you achieve that target. Allison, did I kind of get that correct?
Yeah, that's right. I don't know the exact number of square feet, but there's estimates based on different types of businesses, how many jobs are generated per square foot of that use. And they use that to estimate, how much capacity you've created in terms of zoning. So I think going back to this question and Councilmember Rosenbaum's question about, how do we know if we're meeting the target, it's really about the zoned capacity. So the measuring stick is our zoning. It's not what actually happens, like how many jobs are actually created or how many units are actually built.
So if we look at a place like the Island Cats, Island Books, L'Experience block, whatever that is, which if I'm not mistaken, TC3, which allows for optional retail on the first floor. Do we consider that to be retail when allocating our jobs capacity? Or do we just look at that and say, no, it could be three floors of condos, so it's residential for purposes of our capacity?
Well, in the analysis that's just being completed now for the urban growth capacity, they do look at the zoning of the site and what could potentially be built there. So I would assume that sort of a strip mall site like that, the capacity is probably larger than what's currently there, because if it were redeveloped, you may see, additional retail and or housing. It's kind of an either or, whether something would be built out fully in commercial or office or housing. There's kind of a maximum potential of the site, different ways that you could use that depending on if it's mixed use or single use for the property.
So where there's not a mandate for a particular type of use, where that first floor could be residential or could be commercial or retail, does the city make a decision saying, for purposes of the Growth Management Act, we're going to assume it's X, but not really commit to it being X? Or as part of our planning process, if we say that it's going to be retail for purposes of planning for growth, are we then committing ourselves to make sure it is retail?
Right now, I think a site like that, it could be either. It could be housing, it could be retail. And so when we calculate what's the maximum amount of capacity for employment or for housing, it's kind of double counted right now. But we need to take that into account when we figure out the actual targets, because, in the real world, we can't have both. The site can just be used one way when it's actually developed. You can't max out commercial space. You only have one or the other or a combo.
So I'm still not sure I'm following him. I think you're saying we could double count it and say we could have capacity, housing capacity could take into account assuming all 3 floors are housing, and retail could assume, or jobs could assume only 2 floors are housing and 1 is retail?
Yeah, so I think the site has,
if that's really how it works, because it can't be both.
A large amount of capacity. Like it could either be maxed out as an apartment building with, 200 units or something, or it could be built out as an office building or a commercial retail building, and have some number of square feet for those uses. Or the third option is a mixed use building with, a floor of retail and then a couple of floors of housing. So when we calculate capacity, it's a little bit, there's a couple different ways, there's 3 different ways it could go, right? So we don't really know which one will happen in real life. And so the calculations look big because you're basically double counting. You could have X amount of commercial space, or you could have Y amount of residential space. But in reality, when the site is developed, some point in the future, you wouldn't max out both of those. And so when we set targets, we need to think about, okay, capacity is like kind of an imaginary number. It's the maximum theoretically possible under the zoning, but you probably won't ever really achieve that full amount of the capacity in real life, either because people underdevelop the site, or you're having to choose between, I want some housing and some retail. I don't want to max out all of the housing. So like the achieved density, number of units or amount of retail space is probably not going to be the maximum theoretical possible on the site.
Strange.
So there needs.
Okay.
This is way in the weeds, but like the capacity is one thing, and then the real life is a bit under that. And so when we set the targets, we just need to take that into account. And that is factored in the math that King County is doing. There's discounting factors based on achievable built densities.
Yeah, and I guess I accept and understand that rarely will the reality match the plan, but this sounds like a situation where it would be literally impossible to match the plan because we've allocated one space into two different buckets duplicatively. And that can't happen in real life, which is a little bit odd, but if that's the way the game is played, play the game that way.
I know other council members have their hands raised. I'm sorry, I'm gonna follow up on Councilmember Reynolds. So, because I'm kind of confused on this. I understand its capacity, okay? So just taking his hypothetical. So if it is, if there's a high-rise, I'm sorry, if a multifamily structure is built, are you saying that we can use that number to count towards our housing target? And then the possibility is that that property might actually be developed as a mixed use so that there's some retail, for instance. So there could be some jobs that are created as a result. So we can actually also use that as showing that we are meeting our jobs target.
So a mixed use building in the town center, let's just hypothetically say it's 100 unit mixed use building with 30,000 square feet of office commercial space. So towards your growth targets, there would be 100 residential units, and then there would be 30,000, I want to say it's 750 square feet per job is how that gets calculated. So if you took 30,000 and divided it by 750, that would give you a yield. I'm not thinking that fast at this late hour in the evening what that math equation is, but you get the idea. The X number of jobs then that would be accounted for in that 30,000 square feet of commercial office space.
And again, whether or not we ever do it, that's immaterial. Basically, it's just showing the capacity.
We have to plan for the capacity in the periodic update. That's correct.
Sorry, Councilmember Neese.
You know, so I want to shift the conversation back to what 99% of Islanders care about, which is the housing unit. I need to understand first with a question. Mercer Island has been in the GMA since the beginning, and we've received an initial allocation and then an update to that allocation. And this is now, I guess, the third time that this is going to be adjusted or potentially adjusted. The last allocation that we have agreed to by either accepting it or ignoring the fact that it was issued, and then we basically get ascribed it, is the 2,320. So right. Of the 2,320, and I see you updated the FAQ on the website, which is held through 2019, 1,065 have been permitted or built, right? So there's 1,255 remaining in that allocation, which handily matches your low end of the range in the agenda bill. So is the agenda bill saying we can accept all the way from no additional units up to 3,414 additional units? And that staff's guidance at the caucus has been, we want the low end of the range, which could be 0, which is 1,255 would be 0, or something above 1,255 would be whatever the number above it is, would be the new units. Can you provide clarity on that?
Yeah, some of that math is extremely coincidental.
Okay.
So the fact that the 1255, which was the lowest value produced for Mercer Island as a result of running those methodologies, the fact that that lines up roughly with the delta between our last allocation and the number of units that have been permitted or constructed, as you said, that's a very like that all fits together very nicely, but it wasn't planned or intended that way. So, so basically the delta between the 2,320, which was the adjusted growth target for the last planning period through 2035, anything in that we don't achieve is likely still capacity that's there, right? Existing capacity on the books that we planned for in 2015 through the adoption of the comp plan in 2015. that is still hanging around, right? We haven't done any major rezones. We haven't, I mean, there haven't been any fundamental shifts in you know, other things that have happened to cause anyone to say that capacity likely has vanished. We'll know for sure here, hopefully in a few weeks, when we get some results from King County on the capacity study. But the 1255 was the lowest produced value. So that became then the low end of the range in the latest round of numbers from King County for the housing targets. The high end, I don't have it quite in front of me right now, but it was the 3,000 and something. That established a high and a low based on the exercise that we did at the caucus meeting last week.
And that low, let me just ask, the 1255, understanding that that is coincidentally matching the number that is the delta. The 1255 that's the low end of your agenda bill range, is it additive to the 2320?
It's not additive.
It's within the
target
remaining...
gets reset. Okay. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your last part. I was talking over you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so if we accepted 1255, we would roughly be unchanged.
Roughly. Through
2019. I understand 2020 is a year that occurred and there was some growth. So that is roughly in there, maybe 20 units or so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think that's really good for the council to understand that the low end of your range, if it were to stick at 1255, would basically be saying we're built out. Is that correct?
It would basically it would basically be saying that we have the capacity to take the low end of the range without doing any further adjustments for additional up zones or rezones or anything of the like. In its most sense.
And so there's other cities that are in the not necessarily in the caucus, but in the region like Sammamish that are saying we're built out. We're taking nothing. We got no more room for anything. Are there other cities other than Sammamish that are saying we're built out that you're aware of?
Yeah, there in our group, there's been a couple of there's been a few eludings to that. I'm not sure exactly what the county told Sammamish, not being in that same group or that same conversation, but I can say that I believe it was 2 meetings ago, a couple cities in our group alluded to that. The county's response was very polite, but it was, no, that's not the way this process works. This is why there's a planning process and a periodic update where if there is a delta between ultimately what growth capacity you need to plan for and your existing zoning and infrastructure and so forth, that's the whole point of the periodic update, is to make those adjustments to plan for those new growth targets.
Yeah, so I understand that. My follow-up question to you is, in the letter that you included in the agenda bill, and I know you're not the author of the letter, but you've certainly read it, it says that in talking about implementation of Vision 2050, are insufficient to support necessary planning efforts to implement the regional growth strategy. Similarly, current revenue sources are insufficient to support the infrastructure improvements that would be necessary for the extent development called for 2050 regionally growth strategy, and are insufficient to support ongoing maintenance and operation of existing infrastructure designed to accommodate the last 30 years of growth. So my question to you is, what's changed? Why do you think that we can signal to the caucus that we could take any part of the low end range when we're already on record saying the resources at the city to maintain the infrastructure, build the infrastructure, to even go through the exercise of implementing the code don't exist in the city of Mercer Island? These are unfunded mandates. What has changed that we can now start taking on portions of the low end of the range?
Well, we've been taking on, I mean, in 2015, the city planned for those targets in 2015.
I'm not talking about the 2030, the 2,320. I'm talking about anything additive to the 2,320.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I don't know what the answer to that is, to be frank.
Okay.
We've got targets that were adopted in 2015, and we're going to have to examine any new targets based on the capacity analysis that comes back in February. That's our task at hand. That's what we need to do.
And I guess I want to ask Councilmember Neese, do you have a recommendation that you'd like us to consider? I understand the question you're asking, but it sounds like you'd like something different. So if you could put that on the table, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a supporter that we're built out, and that the exercise of taking additional units over 2,320 is unconscionable. And not because, you know, the regional planners say, well, this exercise is not about saying no, it's about saying yes. No, the comprehensive plan covers all sorts of things, all the way from critical areas to steep slopes to the shoreline, waterfront, to concurrency and being able to have concurrent infrastructure to support the development. We have levels of service at intersections that are in E and F. We can't fund our fire department that has an overtime budget that is bigger than our youth and family service budget. We had a Proposition 1 that failed in 2018 by 58%. So I don't know who on the council thinks that there's the money to go out and accept, let's say, 1,000 units over 2320 to the 3320, where people are going to look out their window and they just need to imagine, how many houses can I currently see? Well, I can see 5 neighbors, 6 neighbors, 7 neighbors, 10 neighbors. Now we need to put not only 1,200 remaining units out of the existing allocation on top of that, but you might have to add another 1,000. How many houses do you need to see when you look out your window? The Growth Management Act says that we need to preserve the character of our neighborhood to the extent that we define those neighborhoods. And we've defined most of the island as single family residential. So I don't think it's conscionable to say that we can take anything other than either no additional units or a very, very small portion of additional units. But we do know the money is not there.
So, you know, I know you guys are engaged in your caucus meetings. So exactly what are you looking or need from the council? We've heard from Councilmember Neese. We've heard from Councilmember Jacobson advocating for the stand on the low end. So I guess we have other people who are lined up to speak, and I guess Deputy Mayor Weicker, do you want to weigh in here?
Well, and I guess Mayor Wong, you just asked a question. Do you want the staff to answer it or not?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so we need, and we're planning to come back to you on the 2nd. We wanted to have this conversation first. We need clarity on your advocacy position. You've heard that the staff are advocating for the low end. I just heard from Councilmember Neese that he's talking 0, or, you know, what I'm going to assume is close to 0. I think you all need to discuss, you know, where you want to land here so that we can prepare an agenda bill for you on February 2nd and a motion to accompany it, unless you're ready to do that tonight. But I'm not, you know, we need to get majority consensus.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Okay, so let me just start by saying, Jeff and Allison, thank you for boiling this complicated issue down to this concept of a pie. Really appreciate that. We are part of the region. We are built out. I agree we should stay at the low end, but we're also part of this regional planning around transportation, housing, jobs, economics. We don't know what jobs are going to look like and what that concept might be going forward. Totally agree with Jake on that. I'm working from home. I'm not likely to go back. I think the real question is, you know, where is this new growth going to occur? And I think staying the course to keeping growth as limited and small as possible while still complying with our multi-jurisdictional commitments to planning for growth in the region is the course we should stay on. That letter was spot on. We're built out. We're doing the best we can. We have infrastructure limitations to the extent that we have to take new growth. Let's keep it in the town center. Let's keep it with our ADUs when and where we can. It's capacity. It's not required to be built, but we have to make sure that it's accompanied with the infrastructure that we can get there. So I think we need to lobby our state legislators to provide funding for these unfunded mandates. We are not the only city that's struggling with growth and infrastructure and managing change. So let's work with our partners to make sure we can get the funding to manage this growth that's coming, whether we like it or not. And we need to do our part to have some semblance of increased housing so that we might occasionally, if ever, have some variety of housing stock and housing affordability points. So again, as always, my kids might be able to live here and I might be able to downsize to another home. This housing question is huge. Let's preserve the character of our neighborhoods and figure out how to accommodate growth to the least extent possible while being compliant with the multi-jurisdictional responsibilities we have to manage growth regionally.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Sorry, my hand was up by accident.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Reynolds.
I just want to make sure I understand the timing here. When do we need to be giving you final direction, and when do we see this capacity report that you're referring to?
As soon as we have information on the capacity report, we'll be scheduling it at the next council meeting to share with you.
Okay, because so we do see the capacity report first. That's important. Okay. I'm not as convinced as Councilmember Neese is that we're built out, but I share his conclusion that we should advocate for the least amount possible, which to me means the 2320 by 2035 that were already allocated, but no more, because I don't see any incentive to accept an allocation that's any larger. If we set a low number and then decide later we want to do more, correct me if I'm wrong, we can do more. But if we're forced to plan for more and then later regret it, that seems to be much more problematic to me. So go swing low, just for different reasons than other people have given.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Anderall.
Thanks. I'm finding myself in agreement with almost everything that other council are saying. I do think that I would advocate for a lot more local control over growth and decisions about growth. Whether that's ever going to be possible again, I don't know. We may have lost that. Ship could have already sailed, but swing low as we can go. I mean, we have got not just the limitations on land and the cost of land, but we've got limitations on infrastructure and roads. I mean, roads, sewer, water, everything else that says we can't realistically plan for more. I believe I agree with Salim, and we're built out low.
Okay, Councilmember Rosenbaum.
My hand's up on purpose this time. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what I'm hearing from my colleagues. Jeff and Alice, I'll be reaching out to you just to schedule some more time to go over some of these details, because I do think this is really important. Obviously, we're looking forward to the future here, so I just want to really understand exactly what we're talking about. But I am sort of a little confused with the timeline, but I guess we'll sort of get more details in the next few weeks here.
Thank you. So I'm going to make it unanimous. I think everybody is focused on directing staff. You guys go into your meetings with the caucus members there, go low, as low as you can. And so that's, I think, the direction that the council's giving you as far as you're negotiating. Now, city manager and Jeff, do you need any more guidance at this point, or?
Well, I guess, Mr. Mayor, I sense from Councilmember Neese's comments that he was dissatisfied with the staff position, and I'm still, I guess I need to put out there for all of you, there's a difference between zero and something else, and so do we really have, do we have consensus?
Let's talk politics then. If you go back to caucus and you say zero, what's likely to occur there?
It's unlikely to go well. you know, the spirit of the caucus exercise is everybody takes something. What was put on the plate was a small sliver. I am hearing that maybe that was too much. Maybe the low range was still a number that was too big for us. I think 0 is not a wise political approach. We can start there. Jeff, do you want to jump in here?
If I may, just briefly, there was a question asked from, and I apologize, I don't remember which council member it was, but there was a question asked the King County staff on January 5th as to what happens if the members of, you know, one of these caucus groups, if there's, how are the decisions getting made within the caucus groups? And the county's response to that question on January 5th was, our goal is to have it made by consensus, but there's been no other alternatives laid out at this point for decision-making if there's not consensus. So if one or more cities were to take a position that, you know, whether, forget about 0, just if a city is requesting to be at the low end of a range in one of these two targets, and if the county comes back with their final numbers to the group and says, I'm sorry, city X, you're going to be at the high end of the range. I'm not sure what's going to happen then, because there's not going to be consensus. So there's clearly going to have to be some other decision-making mechanism deployed to be able to close out, you know, the group and move on from that. And I'm not sure, we have not been advised as to what that is at this point. I think the county is still operating under the hope, at least, that there will be a consensus in each of their regional geography caucuses. And, you know, all this is going to unfold here fairly quickly over the next 8 weeks or so. So we should probably have a much better idea of what decision-making methodology will be deployed if consensus isn't going to be reached, and we'll be told.
Sorry, when is your next regional caucus meeting?
It's in early February, I believe. I think we were kicking around dates at the meeting last week, and I'm not sure we got to a final date. The county was going to work on that. So
Mr. Mayor, our plan was to have this conversation tonight. You know, we're talking general terms, and to come back to you on February 2nd and confirm direction through a motion. I don't want to keep beating this one. It's just that I'm concerned because I'm hearing you say go low, and this is the moment in time where we potentially set our interim planning director up for failure because go low means something different to each one of you. So we included in the agenda bill some ranges. I heard a different position from Councilmember Neese. We can stop here. I realize the meetings run late. We're all tired. It's been a lot of heavy items tonight, and come back to you on the 2nd. But I want to at least get this framed up so that your planning director has a little more meat on the bones to work with, so we're not setting him up for failure, that he's not advocating for the actual position that you, and you know, these are numbers, so we've got to get a little more specific.
Okay. Well, you know, I would, let me just throw out that I guess I'd be willing to advocate or have the city advocate for the low range, which is 1,255 housing units. I know that's contrary to Councilmember Neese. So that if you're looking for a thumbs up, I mean, I don't know exactly at this point.
Well, we're definitely coming back on the 2nd with a motion, and I'm going to ask it to be voted on with that level of specificity so that we, you know, that our staff have clear guidance from the majority of the council. And what I would say is between now and the 2nd, this is heavily nuanced, right? We're in this caucus process. It's got new flavors to it. Pick up the phone and give Jeff a call. That's what he's here for. So you can get your questions answered between now and then, and we'll frame a motion for you. You guys can plug in the numbers on the 2nd that feels best to you.
I want to make sure, I can't raise my hand. I had to switch to a laptop that doesn't have that button. But I want to make sure I understand what what's being proposed. Jeff, are you understanding the mayor's direction to be 2,320 plus 1,255 as the ultimate Mercer Island allocation? Is that your understanding of what you just heard?
It's not. My understanding is that
explain, Benson?
target for the
I thought that they were not additive.
They're not.
I heard earlier.
That's right. And so 1,255 would be zero, except we have development that occurred in 2020 that's not accounted yet. So actually 1,255 would be negative because somewhere in there years will overlap for 2020. Like, I think it's easier just to say how many additional units of allocation over 2,320 is any council member willing to take?
Right.
Right. That's just more clear for directing staff.
And that's the number that was given back in whatever year it was.
2,320 is what we've already agreed to. We've built 1,065 of them or permitted. There's 1,255 remaining.
And that's what Councilmember Reynolds mentioned as well. I mean, I think earlier.
So Councilmember Neese, and let me just, maybe I'm hearing what you're saying incorrectly. So let me go back. You're saying just keep the number where we're at, whatever that differential is. I'm going to use roughly 1,000 that we've already said yes to, but no more than that.
That's right. 2,320 is where I consider us built out, which is 1,255 additional housing units from where we ended 2019.
So for the purposes,
we're at, no.
I'm not saying look out your window right now, no more, cut it off.
No, I'm just wanting to make sure that if Jeff is going to the caucus, that he's not saying, we still have capacity.
We still have the remaining capacity to the
So it's
last
not,
commitment.
right. So it's not, we're saying, Jeff, you say zero and that's it, no more at all. We're still operating with some capacity based on the earlier number.
Yeah, and so basically you and I are in agreement. I probably just botched the way that I've gone through the math here, but I believe we stick to the original 2,320. It's not original, it's already been adjusted once.
all right. Okay, that sounds different. That's different than the way I heard it. I apologize, Councilmember Neese. I'm glad we circled back because I have a better understanding. I think the numbers then are all pretty close. It's around 1,000, maybe. We don't know what 2020 brought.
Would it be helpful if Jeff or somebody ran the numbers, sent an email to the city council?
Yes.
Just go through all these numbers so that everybody's on the same page.
We will, we'll do that. We'll drop it in a PowerPoint next time so you can see the visuals of where we're at. I think I've got a much better sense. Thank you, Councilmember Neese. I was panicking a little bit.
And maybe somebody can come up with a estimate of what 2020 was, just so there's a placeholder.
Yeah, we'll definitely work on that.
Similar to what you said as well, I thought you had said that you were okay with the 23, whatever the number was, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think where we just got caught up is that they're not additive. So
Right.
I heard the comments as a concern that staff were saying the 1,000 or so we roughly have remaining on the table plus another 1,255, and that's not the position we were taking at all. I think we're actually all saying the same thing. It was, it's late and we're maybe a little tired. So thank you for working that out with me.
Okay. You have enough direction then, city manager, to
Yes.
work? Okay, great. Thank you. Great discussion. Look forward to getting, the numbers so that we can see them in front of us. Okay, that brings us to other business, which is the planning schedule. And thank you, Jeff and Allison, for your time. Appreciate it. Okay, city manager, other business and planning schedule.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. Just, nothing too specific for tonight. The next meeting is a regular meeting of the City Council is February 2nd. I did want to note at the request of City Council leadership, I did add a YFS levy discussion to that meeting. And our presenter, Deanna Gregory from the Pacifica Law Group, she'll basically be giving you the presentation that she gave at the YFS working group. I'm telling you this because she has a time constraint that night, 2 council meetings, so I've put that item at the very top of the agenda. Everything else, I think you've already seen, no changes. And I will leave it at that.
I apologize, Councilmember Rosenbaum, your hand is up. I don't know if that's old. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's it for the planning schedule. Any council member absences to report? Councilmember Reynolds, your hand.
I actually had my hand up from before for quite a while. Can I just ask a couple of questions from
Sure, I
Jeff?
apologize if I missed it. Yep.
Yeah. Jeff, if you're still there, just questions about a couple letters we've gotten from members of the community. First, I just want to confirm something that I think is true, but is a rumor that doesn't go away. So I want to make sure at the end of the day, our targets will be about jobs and housing units, and there is no target for population growth that applies to us. Is that correct?
I don't
It
know.
looks like F logged off, but that is correct. It's for the housing units, not for population.
Okay, so when somebody says we've already satisfied our target growth because we've got X thousand of population, that's a nonsense statement, correct?
Yeah, the target is specific to the housing units.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to confirm that. And related to that, another member of the community has been writing in saying that Vision 2050 states that Mercer Island wants to be annexed. I don't know where that's coming from, but is there any truth to that? Because I certainly don't want to be annexed.
I don't think it. Yeah. I don't know the source of that. I think there might be a misunderstanding. I'm not sure.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Unless you all have something you'd like to share with me.
It's not on my list of things to do.
We like our independence.
Greg is worried
Yes.
about losing his job. So only $180.
There we go.
Okay, we're getting a little punchy, so let's do council member reports. Deputy Mayor.
I can't think of anything, so no.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councilmember Anderall.
The Open Space Conservancy Trust will have its second meeting of the year, I think, day after tomorrow, Thursday. So I'll have a report at the next council meeting, but nothing right now.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Nothing this week.
Councilmember Jacobson.
I sent out some materials from the Parks and Rec Commission that document what their activities have been. And also for the East Side Transportation Partnership, as far as Parks and Rec are concerned, it's my intention to just send those things out as soon as I get them to you guys, because they're better than some reported by me at 10 o'clock at night after 5 hours of this stuff. The East Side Transportation Partnership did not send the legislative goals to me or a bunch of 4 or 5 other representatives. And so when they came time to vote, I abstained because I couldn't represent how you guys had felt because we never discussed it. And I think the one thing that has raised some hackles in various places is the idea of the taxing by mileage and the privacy concerns that relate to that. So that's about the best I can do on it. I sent the thing out. If anybody has any heartburn, the meeting that was scheduled for tomorrow morning has been canceled. So we won't meet with those people again until sometime in February. So if you want to look over those legislative priorities, not a lot we can do about it, but it will give you some information when you're talking to Wellmanson and our other representative, our other 41st person.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
The only thing I'll add is that in defense of whomever wrote in and was talking about population targets and saying we may have achieved a population target, I wouldn't say that it's nonsensical or nonsense, because what we have are housing units, and then we have factors of how many people typically will occupy a housing unit, which will translate to a population, let's say, capacity. And while it might be untrue to say we have a population target that we've already achieved, the last known population checkpoint was 2010 census. Ever since 2010, it's been estimate on estimate on estimate for a decade. And so we know we have the results of the 2020 census coming out. I think we should all just hold our breath and see what 2020 says we've actually done. And then we can look at the housing unit allocations and say, oh, well, 2.4 people or 3.2 people per housing unit was a little bit off, and then it would get adjusted. And then we would have kind of a more concrete basis to say, of the 1,200 and odd change units remaining, we should expect this number of people based on what we experienced over the last decade for additional population for those corresponding units. And I do think there's some merit in that, because I do think that, you know, an island with 50,000 people on it would feel a little different than an island with 30,000 people on it. But we'll probably know in short order what 2020 census holds for us. So I'll hold my breath for that one.
Thank you. Excuse me, thank you. The only thing I want to report is that I did attend, and I think Councilmember Reynolds also attended. There may have been others. The East King Chambers Legislative Coalition breakfast on January 6th. And so the Mercer Island Chamber of Commerce, they participated in the event and helped coordinate things. I would say that not a surprise, the focus as far as legislative agenda was pretty much on providing assistance to small businesses, trying to encourage the state government to see if they can find additional funds. And then of course there was some discussion regarding taxes, but nothing really concrete at this point. So something to keep, you know, we need to keep, be mindful of what's going to go down in Olympia. But again, there's a great emphasis on trying to deal with transportation issues and helping small businesses. And that's all I have. So there be no further business to come before the council. The time is now 10:06 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned. Again, as a reminder to the council, please stay seated until the city staff has terminated the broadcast, and good evening and stay healthy and safe.